Hello, beautiful soul, and welcome to this peaceful sanctuary of ancient wisdom, designed to carry you gently into sleep. These stores are spiritual transmissions from the great Taoist lineages, teachings that have been whispered from sage to student for over 2,500 years, now offered to you in the perfect state for receiving their deepest truths as you drift into the receptive realm of sleep. For millennia, Taoist masters understood that the most profound awakenings often come not through intense study, but through the gentle surrendering of the striving mind. Tonight, you'll receive these timeless teachings exactly as they were meant to be absorbed, effortlessly, allowing your subconscious to drink in their wisdom while your conscious mind releases into rest, like water finding its natural course toward the sea. You'll hear the story of the laughing sage, whose mysterious joy in the marketplace revealed something that generations of seekers have pondered in wonder. We'll visit the mountain village, where a stonecutter's perfect patience taught wisdom that no philosophy could convey. You'll meet the water bearer, whose cracked pot created beauty in ways that left even enlightened hermits speechless. We'll discover what happened when a village sage returned home, appearing to have learned nothing, yet radiating a peace that transformed everyone who encountered him. You'll witness the fisherman whose empty hook caught something more precious than any fish, teaching those who watched a truth about seeking that sages had spent lifetimes trying to grasp. We'll journey through gardens where weeds became teachers, wells that nourished through their emptiness, and bamboo groves where a hermit moved like wind itself, leaving no trace yet blessing everything he touched. You'll receive the profound transmission of Zhuangzi's butterfly dream that dissolves the very question of who is dreaming whom, revealing the fluid nature of identity in a way that can only be truly understood when the mind stops trying to understand. And we'll witness Laozi's final teaching at the mountain pass, a transmission so perfect it dissolved itself the moment it was given, becoming his most treasured gift to those who seek the way that cannot be named, yet flows through all existence like the current that carries all things home. These stories come to you across the centuries, polished by countless retellings, refined by generations of awakened sages who knew that the Tao settles deepest when received in silence and stillness. As you drift tonight, allow these ancient transmissions to find their way into the quiet spaces of your being, where they can work their gentle transformation beyond the reach of effort or analysis, like seeds of wisdom planted in the fertile soil of receptive consciousness. Before we begin, please share in the comments where you are and what time it is. I love connecting with our Sleepy Wisdom community, scattered across the globe, all gathering here to receive these gifts from the ancient masters. Now, place your phone or tablet face down so the light won't distract you, but keep it close enough to hear my voice. Settle into your most comfortable position, let your breathing find its natural rhythm, and prepare to receive these sacred teachings in the way they were always meant to be received, through the doorway of gentle surrender, through the path of Wu Wei that accomplishes everything by doing nothing, that finds everything by seeking nothing. The sages await. Let's begin this timeless transmission together. Settle back now, dear listener, and let these words carry you like a gentle river. There's nothing you need to do but drift along with the story and the soft music that holds us both. Allow yourself to be transported to ancient China, where the air itself seems to hum with timeless wisdom. In the bustling heart of old Chang'an, where silk merchants called their wares, and the scent of jasmine tea mingled with burning incense, there lived a most peculiar sage. The marketplace thrummed with life, vendors hawking their goods, children weaving between the stalls, the constant symphony of commerce and conversation echoing off ancient stone walls, worn smooth by countless footsteps. The morning sun would rise over the curved rooftops of the city, casting long golden shadows across the cobblestones, and with it came the awakening of the great market. First, the tea sellers would arrive, their copper kettles steaming in the cool dawn air, followed by the fabric merchants unfurling bolts of silk that caught the light like captured rainbows. The fruit vendors would arrange their wares in perfect pyramids, peaches and plums and persimmons glowing like jewels in wicker baskets. The air filled with 1,000 scents, roasted chestnuts crackling over charcoal fires, the green fragrance of fresh herbs bundled with red string, the sweet smoke of sandalwood incense spiraling up from tiny shrines tucked between the stalls. Everywhere there was movement, purpose, the urgent dance of buying and selling, of negotiating and haggling, of dreams being built and shattered with each exchange of copper coins. But there, in the very center of all this beautiful chaos, sat Master Liu, cross-legged on a simple bamboo mat, doing absolutely nothing and laughing. Not the forced laughter of politeness, not the nervous giggle of discomfort, but something deeper, softer, like the sound of wind chimes touched by evening breeze. His laughter bubbled up from some inexhaustible well of joy, gentle as rainfall on temple roofs, warm as candlelight in winter darkness. It was the kind of laughter that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as natural as breathing, as effortless as the flowing of water over stones. Master Liu was neither young nor old, his face weathered by years of sitting in all seasons. His simple brown robes faded to the color of autumn leaves. His hair was white as fresh snow, tied back with a cord of braided hemp, and his eyes held the deep stillness of mountain lakes. He carried nothing with him each day except a small gourd of water and a cloth bag that held, it was said, absolutely nothing at all. The merchants rushing past would pause, despite themselves, caught by this sound that seemed to come from another world. Some would frown, muttering about the strange old man who contributed nothing, who bought nothing, who sold nothing. Yet others found their hurried steps slowing, their worried faces softening, as if his laughter carried some medicine they didn't know they needed. A pottery seller named Chen, whose stall sat directly across from the sage's mat, had grown accustomed to the daily rhythm of this laughter. At first it had irritated him, this constant cheerfulness in the face of serious business. But gradually, over months of listening, he found himself looking forward to it, the way one might anticipate the first birdsong of morning, or the gentle closing of temple bells at dusk. You can almost hear it now, can't you? That familiar energy of busy places, the way crowds move like water around obstacles, the urgency that seems so important in the moment. Day after day, Master Liu would arrive with the dawn, settling into his spot like a stone, finding its place in a riverbed, and there he would sit, watching the great human drama unfold, the arguments over prices, the negotiations that felt like life and death, the tears over lost coins, the celebrations over successful trades. To all of this, he would respond with the same gentle laughter, not mocking, never cruel, but filled with such tender understanding, as if he could see something the rest of them couldn't, something that made all their struggles simultaneously important and absurd, meaningful and meaningless, tragic and comic. He would watch as Merchant Wang arrived each morning, his face already creased with worry about the day's sales, counting and recounting his inventory as if the numbers might change through sheer force of attention. The sage would chuckle softly as Wang rearranged his display for the 5th time, seeking the perfect configuration that would draw customers like moths to flame. From his mat, Master Liu could see the old fortune teller who claimed to read the future in tea leaves, her table covered with mysterious charts and bronze coins. She would peer intensely at each customer's palm, speaking in grave tones about destiny and fate, while just behind her, a juggler tossed colored balls into the air, creating momentary constellations that collapsed and reformed with each breath. The laughter would bubble up again as he watched the fish seller argue with a customer over the freshness of his wares, both of them gesturing dramatically at a carp that had been swimming happily in a wooden tub just hours before. The intensity of their debate, the passion invested in this single fish, the way they both seemed to believe the entire universe hung in the balance of this transaction. It was all so beautifully, absurdly human. Children would sometimes approach Master Lu, drawn by his laughter, like flowers turning toward the sun. They would sit near his mat, not understanding why he laughed but feeling somehow lighter in his presence. He would smile at them with such warmth, such pure delight in their existence, that they would begin to giggle without knowing why, their laughter joining his in a chorus of innocent joy. One particular child, a little girl named May, whose mother sold flowers from a cart nearby, would come to him whenever she felt sad or confused. She would sit beside him in companionable silence, and inevitably, his gentle laughter would work its magic, melting her tears, transforming her frowns into smiles. She never questioned this mystery, the way children accept magic as perfectly natural. The seasons turned around, Master Lu's constant presence. In spring, he would laugh at the way the merchants scrambled to be the first to sell the new tea, their competitive urgency amusing him as much as the tender green shoots pushing through the earth. Summer brought different comedies, the way everyone sought shade while pretending their business was too important to pause, fanning themselves with whatever came to hand while negotiating deals that seemed to grow more complicated with the rising heat. Autumn was perhaps his favorite season, when the light turned golden and the air carried the scent of chrysanthemums and roasted sweet potatoes. He would laugh at the way people hurried to prepare for winter, stockpiling goods as if they could somehow purchase security, their faces serious with the weight of their preparations. Yet he knew, as they did not, that winter would come exactly as it always had, regardless of their frantic efforts. Winter brought its own amusements, the way everyone complained about the cold while standing around braziers, their breath visible in the frosty air, as they declared this the worst winter in memory, the same declaration made every year since time began. Master Lu would sit in the snow, his laughter creating small clouds of steam, apparently immune to the cold that sent everyone else huddling in their heaviest robes. One day, a young merchant named Wei, exhausted from a failed business venture, sat down heavily beside the laughing sage. His face was drawn with fatigue, his robes dusty from travel, his eyes hollow with the particular emptiness that comes from losing everything one has worked to build. "Master," he said, his voice thick with frustration, "I've lost everything. My shop, my savings, my reputation. How can you sit here laughing when the world is so full of suffering?" Master Lu's eyes twinkled like stars reflected in still water. He gestured toward a nearby stall, where a child had dropped her favorite toy, wailing as if the world had ended, while her mother patiently picked it up, dusted it off, and handed it back. The tears instantly transformed into giggles, the tragedy becoming comedy in the space of a single breath. "Tell me, young Wei," the sage said, his voice soft as silk, "when you were a child, did you ever cry over a broken toy, as if your heart would never heal?" Wei nodded slowly, remembering the intensity of childhood sorrows, the way small losses could feel like the end of everything. "And where is that heartbreak now?" The question hung in the air like incense smoke, curling around Wei's understanding, opening spaces he hadn't known existed in his thinking. He began to see his current loss not as an ending, but as another turn in the great wheel of experience, another scene in the eternal drama of gaining and losing, of building and crumbling, of the endless dance between holding on and letting go. The sage continued, "I laugh not because suffering isn't real, but because I've learned to see the larger story, the way every tragedy becomes comedy, given enough time, the way every ending becomes a beginning, the way every loss clears space for something new to grow." As the sun moved across the sky, casting long shadows between the market stalls, Master Lu would watch the same dramas play out again and again. Different actors, same eternal themes, love and loss, hope and disappointment, success and failure, all part of the great human dance. He saw how Merchant Wang's worry about his sales was really love for his family disguised as anxiety, how the fortune teller's mysterious pronouncements were really attempts to offer hope in the face of uncertainty, how even the most aggressive haggling was really a form of play, a way of connecting with others through the ritual of negotiation. The sage understood that everyone in the marketplace was seeking the same thing: happiness, security, love, meaning. They just had different ideas about how to find it. Some sought it through accumulating wealth, others through predicting the future, still others through creating beauty or providing service. All of it was the same impulse, the same deep longing, expressing itself through 1,000 different forms. His laughter wasn't separate from the marketplace. It was the marketplace laughing at itself through him, the way the universe might laugh if it could step outside itself and see the cosmic comedy of creation. All these souls taking themselves so seriously while dancing the same eternal dance that had been danced since the beginning of time. People began to seek him out, not for answers, but for the medicine of his presence. They would bring their troubles, their victories, their confusions, and he would listen, truly listen, and then, inevitably, that gentle laughter would emerge, not dismissing their pain, but somehow mysteriously transforming it. A widow brought her grief, and found in his laughter not mockery, but a strange comfort, a reminder that love doesn't die, but only changes form, that what seems like ending is really transformation. A successful merchant brought his fear of losing what he had gained, and heard in the sage's chuckle an invitation to hold his success lightly, to enjoy it without clinging, to dance with fortune rather than trying to capture it. Young lovers brought their passion and their doubts, and discovered in his amused understanding that love was simultaneously the most serious thing in the world and the most playful, that the heart's dramas were both infinitely important and charmingly absurd. Old friends brought their quarrels and found in his presence a space where their differences became less important than their shared humanity. The seasons continued their eternal cycle, and Master Lu remained, a constant point of stillness in the center of all the motion, a source of laughter in the midst of all the seriousness. His presence became as much a part of the marketplace as the stone walls and wooden stalls, as essential as the morning sun and evening shadows. Merchants would time their arrivals to coincide with his, finding that somehow their day went better when it began with the sound of his laughter. Children would detour on their way to school just to hear that bubbling joy, carrying it with them like a secret treasure. Even the most hardened traders would find themselves smiling without knowing why, infected by a happiness that asked nothing of them but offered everything. As evening fell and the marketplace emptied, Master Lu would rise, bow to the 4 directions, and walk slowly home, his laughter echoing off the ancient walls, a benediction, a blessing, a reminder that joy needs no reason, that peace requires no achievement, that love asks for nothing but gives everything. His footsteps would fade into the growing darkness, but his laughter seemed to linger, settling into the stones themselves, becoming part of the very foundation of the place, a gift that kept giving long after the giver had gone. And in the morning, with the rising sun, he would return, as faithful as the dawn, as constant as the turning of the seasons, as eternal as the laughter that bubbles up from the source of all joy. And now, dear listener, as you drift toward sleep, carry with you this gentle laughter, this reminder that your own life, with all its struggles and victories, its sorrows and celebrations, is part of this same beautiful cosmic joke, this same eternal dance of awakening. And all is well. All has always been well in the sacred comedy of existence, where every drama becomes wisdom, every struggle becomes strength, every tear becomes laughter, in the fullness of time, the truth that lives forever in the secret chamber of every heart, that joy is our birthright, that peace is our nature, that love is the punchline to every joke the universe has ever told. All is well. Settle back, now, dear listener. and let these words carry you like a gentle river. There's nothing you need to do but drift along with the story and the soft music that holds us both. Allow yourself to be transported to ancient China, where the mists of eternity part to reveal timeless wisdom, where for countless generations, Taoist masters have whispered these sacred stories to their most devoted students. These are not mere tales, but living transmissions, carrying the subtle essence of the Tao, like mountain streams carrying starlight, teachings that bypass the chattering mind to plant seeds of understanding directly in the fertile soil of the receptive heart. In this quiet space between waking and sleeping, beyond the reach of logic and reasoning, the deepest truths reveal themselves like flowers blooming in moonlight, like ancient secrets written in a language the soul remembers even when the mind has forgotten. Tonight, we enter the realm where sage and student become one, where wisdom flows not through words, but through the gentle current of story itself, where each tale becomes a doorway into the infinite mystery that Laozi called the way that cannot be named, the path that appears only when we stop searching and allow ourselves to be found. In the misty mountains of Sichuan province, where dragons sleep in the curves of ancient rivers and phoenix songs echo from peaks that touch the very dome of heaven, there stood a monastery built from stones that seemed to have grown from the mountain's own dreams. The walls rose in perfect harmony with the natural contours of the sacred rock, each stone fitted so precisely that no mortar was needed, as if the mountain had simply breathed itself into the shape of human devotion, as if earth and sky had conspired to create a temple worthy of the ineffable Tao. It was here, in this place where the veil between worlds grows thin, that Master Chen, a Taoist sage whose understanding flowed as deep as underground rivers that feed eternal springs, came to observe the final stages of the monastery's construction. The morning air was crisp and thin, carrying the scent of pine needles blessed by mountain spirits, and the distant fragrance of wild jasmine that bloomed in hidden crevices where only the wind could find them. Clouds drifted between the peaks like the dreams of sleeping immortals, sometimes obscuring the valley below in veils of silver mist, sometimes revealing glimpses of terraced rice fields that descended like jade staircases toward the distant river where herons fished in pools that reflected eternity. The master had heard stories of the stonecutter who worked on this sacred project, a man whose skill was spoken of in whispers throughout the region, like the name of a living bodhisattva. They said he could read the heart of stone as easily as monks read sutras, that he knew exactly where each piece belonged before he even lifted his tools, that his work possessed a quality that went beyond mere craftsmanship into the realm of the sacred, where human hands become instruments of the divine breath that moves through all things. As Master Chen approached the construction site, along a path worn smooth by pilgrim feet, he could hear it before he could see it. The rhythmic percussion of hammer meeting chisel, a sound as steady and natural as the heartbeat of the mountain itself, as inevitable as the tide of breath that flows in and out of all living beings. The tempo never varied, never hurried, never hesitated, each strike following the last with the certainty of seasons turning in their eternal dance or stars wheeling across the night sky in patterns older than memory. When he rounded the corner of the half-built wall, walking as silently as mist through morning grass, Master Chen saw him, the stonecutter named Laozi, a man of perhaps 50 years, whose hands were weathered to the texture of the very stones he shaped, as if decades of patient work had transformed his flesh into something partway between human and mineral, between mortal craft and eternal art. His back was straight despite decades of bending over his sacred labor, his movements flowing like water finding its natural course down mountainsides, each gesture arising naturally from the one before it and flowing seamlessly into the next, like verses in an endless poem written by the Tao itself. The stonecutter wore simple gray robes, the color of dawn mist kissed by starlight, and his feet were bare against the mountain stone, as if he drew strength directly from the earth through his very bones. His hair was pulled back with a piece of hemp cord, simple and unadorned, and his face held the serene concentration of a monk, deep in meditation on the nature of emptiness, the kind of focus that comes not from effort, but from complete surrender to the present moment. But it was his hands that drew the master's attention like a moth to flame, hands that moved with such precision, such perfect timing, that they seemed to be dancing with the stone rather than working it, engaged in an ancient conversation between human intention and the primordial wisdom sleeping in mineral form. Before Laozi lay a piece of granite, rough-hewn and irregular, waiting like an unpolished jewel to reveal its hidden nature and take its destined place in the monastery's foundation. The stone was the pale gray of winter clouds, heavy with snow, shot through with veins of darker mineral that caught the morning light like captured lightning from celestial storms. It seemed impossibly stubborn, this raw piece of mountain bone, yet under the stonecutter's patient attention, it began to reveal its true nature, like a lotus unfolding in the first light of dawn, like a secret whispered by the earth to those who know how to listen. Master Chen settled himself on a nearby boulder, worn smooth by countless years of wind and rain, becoming as still as the mountain itself, and watched with the quiet attention of one who understands that the greatest teachings often come disguised as the simplest actions. There was something hypnotic about the rhythm of the work, the way the hammer rose and fell with the regularity of sacred breathing, the way each impact sent tiny chips of stone spiraling through the air, like prayers made visible, like the dust of stars returning to their source, the way the rough edges gradually gave way to clean lines and perfect angles, as if the stone was remembering its true form. The stonecutter never seemed to hurry, never appeared frustrated when a chip flew in an unexpected direction, or when the stone offered resistance to his gentle persistence. Instead, he would pause, run his fingers along the stone's surface, as if reading a sacred text written in the ancient language of mineral and crystal, the alphabet of the earth itself, and then adjust his approach with the patience of water, wearing away mountains, grain by grain, breath by breath, over countless centuries of devoted persistence. Hours passed like minutes in a dream, as Master Chen observed this meditation, carved in stone and embodied in human form. The sun climbed higher in its celestial journey, warming the mountain air and causing the morning mist to lift and disperse like veils being drawn back from the face of the divine, revealing more of the spectacular valley below, where rivers wrote their silver stories across landscapes that seemed painted by immortal brushes. The sound of the work created its own sacred rhythm, punctuated occasionally by the distant call of cranes flying between the peaks, like messengers between earth and heaven, or the whisper of wind through the pine branches singing ancient songs that only mountains know. What struck the master most profoundly was the complete absence of struggle in the stonecutter's work, the way effort had transformed into something beyond effort, the way human will had learned to dance with the deeper intelligence that flows through all creation. Each strike of the hammer seemed to arise naturally from some wellspring of understanding, deeper than thought, as if Laozi was not imposing his will upon the granite, but simply helping it become what it had always been destined to be in the great unfolding pattern of existence. The chisel found the natural fault lines as easily as rivers find the sea. The hammer fell with exactly the right force, neither too gentle nor too harsh. The stone yielded not from being conquered, but from being truly seen, truly understood, truly loved for what it was. During the heat of midday, when the sun beat down on the mountain ledge with the intensity of a cosmic forge, Laozi would pause in his work, but not to rest in the way most laborers might seek respite from toil. Instead, he would sit quietly beside his stone, like a meditation master beside his altar, sometimes placing his palm flat against its surface, as if feeling for the pulse of ancient life still beating within, sometimes simply gazing at it with the soft focus of someone looking through the surface appearances into the essential nature that dwells beneath all forms. In these moments of perfect stillness, Master Chen could see that the stonecutter was not separate from his work, but part of it, the way a tree is part of the forest, or a wave is part of the ocean, the way each breath is part of the great breathing that sustains all worlds. The boundary between craftsman and craft had dissolved so completely that it was impossible to say where Laozi ended and the stone began, where human intention merged with natural law, where individual will surrendered to the greater will that moves the stars and shapes the destinies of mountains. They were participants in a single dance older than civilization, partners in an ancient conversation between human hands and the elemental forces that birth worlds from chaos. When the work resumed after these interludes of communion, it was with the same unhurried rhythm, the same perfect timing that seemed to emerge from some source deeper than conscious thought, from the place where personal effort dissolves into universal flow. The stonecutter's breathing synchronized with his hammer strokes, like a monk's breath synchronizes with sacred chants. His heartbeat found the natural resonance of the stone, as if both were tuned to the same cosmic frequency. His entire being became an instrument through which the mountain's own wisdom could express itself in forms of lasting beauty. As the afternoon wore on, like honey flowing from celestial combs, the rough granite began to transform before their eyes. What had been an irregular chunk of raw mountain slowly revealed its intended form, a perfectly proportioned foundation stone that would support the monastery wall for centuries to come, through countless seasons of snow and rain, through the rising and setting of 10,000 suns. The transformation was so gradual, so organic, that it seemed less like construction than like revelation, less like creation than like discovery, as if the finished stone had always existed within the rough block, waiting through eons of patience for the right hands to set it free from its prison of unnecessary material. You might recognize this feeling from those rare moments in your own life when you become so absorbed in meaningful work that time seems to disappear, when your hands know what to do without being told by the thinking mind, when effort becomes effortless because you're flowing with rather than fighting against the natural current of existence, when you touch that place within yourself where individual will dissolves into universal harmony. Other workers came and went throughout the day, like figures in a scroll painting, carrying supplies, mixing mortar, fitting stones that Laozi had prepared on previous days with the same patient devotion. They moved around him with instinctive respect, speaking in low voices when they spoke at all, sensing that they were in the presence of something sacred, something that transformed ordinary labor into spiritual practice, mundane task into divine service. Some would pause to watch for a few minutes, drawn by the same quality that had captivated Master Chen, but none stayed long, as if they understood intuitively that they were witnessing a private communion between soul and stone, an intimate conversation between human consciousness and the sleeping wisdom of the earth. As evening approached and the light began to slant, golden across the mountain faces, like liquid amber poured by celestial hands, painting the monastery walls with colors that seemed to glow from within, Laozi set down his tools with the same deliberate care he had used throughout the day. He brushed the stone dust from his hands and clothes like a priest completing sacred ritual, gathered his simple implements with the reverence of one handling relics, and prepared to leave this place where stone and spirit had danced together in perfect harmony. But before departing, he placed both palms on the stone he had shaped, closing his eyes and standing in silent gratitude for a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, a gesture so full of love and respect that it seemed to bless not just the stone, but the entire mountain, the entire world. Master Chen approached him then, his own footsteps silent on the mountain stone, moving with the quiet grace of one who has learned to walk without disturbing even the dust beneath his feet. "Master Stonecutter," he said, his voice soft with respect and wonder, "I have watched you work all day, and I have seen something beautiful beyond mere craftsmanship, something that speaks of mysteries deeper than technique. May I ask, how have you learned to work with such perfect harmony, such complete union with your material?" Laozi smiled, his face creasing into lines that spoke of years spent in contentment rather than struggle, in flow rather than resistance, his eyes holding the peaceful depths of mountain lakes that reflect sky without effort. "Honored sage," he replied, his voice carrying the same rhythm as his work, slow and measured and certain as the turning of seasons. "I have learned that the stone knows its own nature better than I ever could, that it carries within itself the memory of its perfect form, the blueprint of its highest destiny. My task is not to force it into the shape I think it should have, but to listen so carefully, so completely, that I can hear what it wants to become, what it has always been meant to become, in the great unfolding story of creation." He ran his hand along the surface of the finished foundation stone, his touch as gentle as a father stroking a sleeping child's hair, as tender as moonlight caressing mountain peaks. "When I was young, I fought with every piece of granite and marble, trying to make them obey my will, imposing my ideas upon their ancient wisdom. I was strong then, and proud of my strength, but my stones were never truly beautiful because they carried the scars of our battle, the wounds of my ignorance, the marks of my refusal to listen to their deeper nature." The master nodded, understanding flowing between them like water finding its level, like recognition passing between old friends who meet again after long separation. "And now I have learned that there is no hurry in the heart of the mountain," Laozi continued, his voice taking on the quality of wind through pines, of water over stones, of all the patient voices of the natural world. "The stone has been waiting millions of years to become part of this monastery wall, sleeping through ice ages and geological upheavals, dreaming of this moment of fulfillment. It can wait a few more hours for me to understand its grain, its stress points, its hidden strengths and secret beauties. When I move in harmony with its nature rather than against it, when I become its partner rather than its master, the work becomes not work but dance, not effort but joy, not labor but love made visible." He gestured toward the monastery walls, where hundreds of stones fitted together in perfect unity, like a vast puzzle assembled by patient hands, guided by infinite wisdom. Each stone is different. Each has its own character, its own gifts, its own irreplaceable place in the greater whole. Some are meant to bear great weight, to be the foundation upon which everything else rests, others to provide beauty, to catch the light and hold it like captured stars, still others to bridge the gaps between their stronger brothers, to be the connecting links that hold the structure together. My job is simply to help each one find its proper place, to serve as a translator between human need and stone wisdom, to be a bridge between intention and natural law. Master Chen felt a deep recognition stirring in his heart, like a bell being struck in a distant temple, an understanding that went far beyond the craft of stone cutting into the very essence of how to live in harmony with the Tao. "You speak of stones," he said quietly, "but I hear wisdom for all of life, teachings that apply to every aspect of human existence." The stonecutter's smile deepened like twilight, settling over peaceful valleys. "Yes, honored one, the mountain teaches the same lessons, whether we work with stone or wood, whether we tend gardens or raise children, whether we write poems or brew tea, whether we govern kingdoms or sweep temple floors. There is a natural rhythm to all things, a proper timing written into the fabric of existence itself, a way of moving that creates harmony rather than discord, beauty rather than struggle, peace rather than conflict." As the last light faded from the mountain peaks and the first stars began to appear in the deepening sky, like diamonds scattered across dark silk, the two men sat together in comfortable silence, surrounded by the fruits of patience and the monuments to wisdom, breathing the thin mountain air that seemed to carry the essence of eternity itself. The monastery stones glowed softly in the starlight, each one a testament to the power of understanding, of working with, rather than against the natural flow of things. of finding one's place in the great harmony that underlies all apparent chaos. In the distance, night birds called to each other across the valleys, their voices carrying on the thin mountain air like messages between peaks, like prayers offered to the listening stars. The sound of a temple bell drifted up from far below, its bronze voice marking the transition from day to night, from labor to rest, from seeking to finding, from questions to the silence that holds all answers. Master Chen understood that he had witnessed something profound and rare, a demonstration of the Tao in perfect action, the way of effortless effort that the sages speak of in hushed tones, of accomplishment through alignment rather than force, of mastery through surrender rather than conquest. In the stonecutter's patient work, he had seen the very essence of wisdom made manifest in human hands, the understanding that true power comes not from imposing will, but from discovering the natural pattern and falling into harmony with it like a river joining the sea. As they prepared to part ways, walking slowly down different mountain paths that would lead them to different destinations, but toward the same truth, Laozi offered one final teaching, his words floating on the night air like incense ascending to heaven. The greatest secret, he said, is that there is no difference between the worker and the work, between the seeker and the sought, between the stone and the hand that shapes it, between the question and the answer, between the path and the destination. When we truly understand this, when we live this understanding, rather than merely thinking it, all effort becomes effortless, all work becomes play, all struggle becomes dance, and all separation dissolves into the one eternal flow that we call the Tao. He shouldered his simple tool bag and began walking down the mountain path, his figure gradually disappearing into the gathering darkness, like a dream fading at the edge of awakening. But his words lingered in the thin air, like temple bells still ringing long after they have been struck, settling into Master Chen's understanding with the weight of truth, the finality of perfectly fitted stone, the completeness of teaching that transforms not through explanation, but through direct transmission from heart to heart. And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred rhythm of patience and stone, where every strike finds its perfect moment in the eternal symphony of creation. Every effort flows from understanding rather than force. Every creation emerges not from struggle but from the deep harmony that exists when human hands learn to dance with the wisdom already present in all things. The truth that lives forever in the secret chamber of every heart, that mastery is not conquest but cooperation, that accomplishment comes not from fighting the current but from learning to swim with the eternal flow of the Tao that moves through all existence like breath through sleeping mountains. All is well. Settle back now, dear listener, and let these words carry you like a gentle river. There's nothing you need to do but drift along with the story and the soft music that holds us both. Allow yourself to be transported to the sacred mountains of ancient China, where for countless generations, Taoist masters have gathered their most devoted students beneath starlit skies to share these timeless stories, these living transmissions that carry the subtle essence of the Tao, like morning dew carrying the first light of dawn. These are not mere tales spun from imagination, but sacred teachings passed down through an unbroken lineage of wisdom keepers, stories that bypass the restless mind to plant seeds of understanding directly in the fertile silence of the receptive heart. In this quiet space between waking and sleeping, beyond the reach of analysis and explanation, the deepest truths reveal themselves like flowers blooming in moonlight, like ancient melodies that the soul remembers even when the mind has forgotten the words. Tonight, we walk the mountain paths where hermits once trod, where every stone holds the memory of pilgrim feet, and every breeze carries whispers of enlightenment, where the very mist seems woven from the breath of sages who discovered that the greatest teachings often come disguised as the simplest encounters, the most ordinary moments transformed by the alchemy of perfect attention. In the remote mountains of Hushan, where peaks pierce the clouds like fingers reaching toward the infinite, and waterfalls sing their ancient songs to valleys that have listened for millennia, There wound a narrow path carved into the living rock by countless pilgrims seeking the source of all wisdom. This path, steep and treacherous in places, led from the bustling village below to a small Taoist temple perched on a ledge so high that eagles nested in the cliffs above it, so remote that only the most dedicated seekers ever attempted the journey to its weathered wooden doors. The path was marked, not by signs or monuments, but by small shrines built into natural alcoves in the rock face, tiny sanctuaries where travelers could rest and make offerings to the mountain spirits who were said to guide the steps of those whose intentions were pure. Incense burned continuously in these miniature temples, tended by an unseen hand, filling the thin mountain air with the fragrance of sandalwood, and prayers made visible as smoke ascending toward the realm of the immortals. It was along this sacred route that a young scholar named Lin first encountered the water bearer, though he would not understand the significance of this meeting until much later, when the seeds of wisdom she planted had grown into the flowering of his own understanding. Lin had come to the mountains after years of study in the capital city, his mind filled with philosophical concepts and theoretical knowledge about the Tao, his robes heavy with scrolls containing the written wisdom of the ancients, yet his heart somehow empty despite all his accumulated learning. He had been climbing since before dawn, his breathing labored in the thin air, his scholar's robes ill-suited for the rough mountain terrain, when he first heard the sound that would change his life, the gentle splash and tinkle of water being carried in earthenware vessels, the soft footfalls of someone moving with easy grace up the same steep path that had been testing his endurance and determination since the first gray light of morning. When he turned to look behind him, expecting to see perhaps a temple servant or another pilgrim, he was surprised to discover an old woman ascending the mountain with apparent ease, despite carrying 2 large water pots suspended from a wooden yoke across her shoulders. She was small and weathered, her hair white as new snow, pulled back in a simple knot, her clothes the rough homespun of a peasant, patched and mended with careful stitches that spoke of years of making do with little, of finding beauty in simplicity, of treating even the humblest possessions with reverence and care. But what captured Lin's attention immediately was not the woman herself, but the trail she left behind her, a line of wildflowers that seemed to bloom in her very footsteps, creating a living ribbon of color that wound down the mountain path like a dragon of pure beauty, written across the stark gray stone. Purple mountain asters and white jasmine, wild chrysanthemums, the color of sunset, and tiny blue flowers that had no name but seemed to capture pieces of the sky itself, all growing where moments before there had been only bare rock and scattered pebbles. As the old woman drew closer, Lin could see the source of this miracle. One of her water pots was cracked along its side, a jagged fissure that ran from rim to base like a lightning bolt captured in clay. With each step she took, water leaked from this crack, spilling onto the path in a steady stream that somehow managed to awaken sleeping seeds hidden in crevices of the rock, calling forth life from barrenness, beauty from what most would consider worthless wasteland. Lin stood aside to let her pass, bowing respectfully, as was proper when encountering one's elders on a sacred mountain. But instead of continuing past him, the old woman paused, setting down her water pots with a care that suggested they contained something more precious than mere mountain spring water. Her eyes, bright as stars reflected in deep pools, studied his face with an attention that seemed to see through his scholarly pretensions to something more essential beneath. "Young master," she said, her voice carrying the musical quality of water flowing over smooth stones, "you climb with such effort, as if the mountain were your enemy rather than your teacher. Perhaps you would benefit from walking with an old woman who has learned to let the path carry her rather than struggling to conquer it with each step." Lin, grateful for any respite from his laborious ascent and curious about the mystery of the flowering trail, readily agreed to accompany her. He expected her to move slowly, given her age and the burden she carried, but to his amazement, She set a pace that was both relaxed and swift, her feet finding the surest footing on the treacherous path, as if she had memorized every stone, every crack, every safe place to step during countless previous journeys. As they climbed together, Lin found himself mesmerized by the steady drip of water from the cracked pot, the way each drop seemed to fall with perfect timing, creating a rhythm that matched their footsteps, a percussion that harmonized with the distant sound of temple bells drifting down from the heights above. The leaked water continued to work its magic, awakening dormant seeds that had been waiting in the stone crevices for exactly this moisture, this perfect moment to burst into bloom and add their beauty to the mountain's ancient face. "Grandmother," Lin ventured, using the respectful term for an elder woman, "I notice that one of your water pots is damaged. Surely, when you reach the temple, you will have less water to offer than you intended. Does this not concern you?" The old woman's laughter tinkled like wind chimes touched by mountain breeze, a sound so pure and joyful that it seemed to make the very stones smile. "Oh, young scholar, you see with the eyes of one who has learned to count losses but not yet discovered how to recognize unexpected gifts. Yes, I arrive at the temple with less water in my pot, but look behind us at what this imperfection has created." Lin turned to gaze back down the path they had traveled, and his breath caught in his throat like a gasp of wonder made visible. The trail of wildflowers now stretched as far as he could see, a living artwork painted across the mountain's face, with nothing more than leaked water and the hidden potential that sleeps in every crack, every crevice, every seemingly barren place where life waits for the right conditions to manifest its secret beauty. For 20 years, the water-bearer continued, adjusting her yoke with movements that spoke of long practice and deep acceptance. "I have been carrying water up this mountain twice each day, and for 20 years this crack has been growing larger, causing me to lose more water with each journey. At first, I was constantly trying to mend it, wrapping it with cloth, sealing it with clay, frustrated by its imperfection and the waste it represented." She paused to point out a particularly spectacular cluster of mountain orchids that had taken root in a seemingly impossible crevice, their delicate purple blooms nodding in the gentle wind like tiny prayers made manifest. But gradually, I began to notice the flowers, the way life followed in my footsteps, the beauty that emerged from what I had considered failure. I realized that my pot's imperfection was not a flaw to be corrected, but a gift to be celebrated, a teaching about the mysterious ways that our supposed weaknesses can become our greatest contributions to the world. As they continued their ascent, the old woman shared more of her story, speaking in the unhurried cadence of one who has learned that wisdom cannot be rushed, only received when the heart is ready to hold it without grasping. She told of seasons when drought had threatened the mountain flowers, when her leaked water had been the difference between life and death for countless small blooms that in turn fed the butterflies and bees that pollinated the fruit trees in the valleys below. She spoke of pilgrims who had found hope in the unexpected beauty of the flowering path, travelers who had been ready to turn back in despair until they encountered this living proof that something beautiful could emerge from apparent brokenness, that imperfection could be more perfect than perfection itself when viewed from the perspective of the greater whole. "You see, dear scholar," she said, as they paused to rest beside a small shrine where stone lions guarded offerings of fruit and incense, "the temple monks could easily give me a new pot, perfectly crafted and completely whole. They have offered many times, out of kindness and concern for my daily struggle, but I have learned to treasure this crack, this flaw that is not a flaw, this imperfection that creates perfection in ways I could never have planned or predicted." Line felt something shifting in his understanding, like ice cracking on a mountain lake in the first warmth of spring, like clouds parting to reveal stars that had been shining all along. He began to think of his own perceived inadequacies, the aspects of himself that he had spent years trying to correct or hide, the ways he felt broken or insufficient compared to the idealized versions of wisdom he had studied in ancient texts. Perhaps you too know this feeling, this tendency to focus on what seems wrong or incomplete in your own nature, the way we can become so absorbed in trying to fix ourselves that we miss the unique gifts that emerge precisely from our supposed imperfections, the beauty that flows from the cracks in our carefully constructed personas. As they climbed higher, the air grew thinner and more crystalline, carrying scents of pine and wild herbs that seemed to clarify thought and open the heart to deeper understanding. The water-bearer moved with increasing lightness, as if the altitude that challenged Lin somehow nourished her, as if she drew strength from the very thinness of the air that made his scholarly breath come in labored gasps. "Tell me, grandmother," Lin asked during another rest stop, "how did you come to understand this wisdom about imperfection? Surely such insight did not come easily or quickly." The old woman's eyes grew distant, as if she were looking back across decades of experience, seeing patterns that only reveal themselves through the long perspective of time. "I was not always a water bearer," she said softly. "Once I was like you, young scholar, filled with knowledge and ambition, certain that I could perfect myself through effort and study, that I could eliminate all flaws and become worthy of the Tao's embrace." She gestured toward the temple, visible now on its high ledge, still distant but clearly defined against the crystalline sky. "I came to this mountain as a young woman, convinced that spiritual attainment meant becoming flawless, that enlightenment required the elimination of all weakness, all uncertainty, all human limitation. I spent years in meditation and study, trying to crack the code of perfection, to solve the puzzle of spiritual achievement through the force of my will and the sharpness of my intellect." The water resumed its gentle leaking from the cracked pot, each drop catching the afternoon light like a tiny prism, creating momentary rainbows that appeared and vanished with each step. But the harder I tried to perfect myself, the more aware I became of my imperfections. The more I sought to eliminate my flaws, the more flawed I felt. I was like someone trying to smooth the surface of water with their hands, creating more disturbance with each attempt to create stillness. Lin nodded, recognizing in her words the echo of his own struggles, the way his years of study had somehow increased his sense of ignorance rather than knowledge, the way each answer he discovered seemed to generate 10 new questions, the way certainty seemed to recede like a mirage the closer he approached it. Then one day, the water-bearer continued, "I was assigned the simple task of carrying water to the temple, using pots that were already old and showing signs of wear. I was embarrassed by this humble duty, feeling that it was beneath my spiritual aspirations, that someone of my learning and dedication should be engaged in more elevated practices." She laughed again, the sound carrying no bitterness, despite the admission of former pride, only the gentle amusement of one who has learned to see the cosmic humor in human pretension. "The first time my pot cracked and began leaking, I was mortified. Here I was, failing at the simplest task, unable even to carry water without losing half of it along the way. I felt like my spiritual inadequacy was being announced to the entire mountain with each drop that fell." They had reached a particularly steep section of the path now, where ancient steps had been carved directly into the living rock, worn smooth by countless feet over countless years. The old woman navigated these treacherous steps with the sure-footed grace of a mountain goat, while Lin had to concentrate on each placement of his scholar's sandals, grateful for the walking stick he had brought from the valley below. "But seasons passed," she continued without any apparent effort, despite the challenging terrain, "and gradually I began to notice what was growing in my wake. At first just a few hardy weeds, then wildflowers, then entire communities of plants that seemed to thrive on the water I was losing, that transformed my failure into their flourishing." The afternoon sun slanted across the mountain face now, illuminating the trail of flowers in golden light that made each bloom seem to glow from within, as if the leaked water had awakened not just seeds, but some inner luminescence that had been sleeping in the stone itself. Butterflies danced among the blossoms, their wings catching the light like fragments of stained glass from some celestial window, their presence adding movement and life to the static beauty of the mountain landscape. "I realized," the water bearer said, pausing to watch a particularly magnificent butterfly, its wings painted in colors that seemed borrowed from sunset itself, "that my crack was not destroying my service but enhancing it, that my imperfection was not preventing me from fulfilling my purpose, but revealing a purpose I had never imagined, one that could only be accomplished through being broken rather than whole." She reached down to touch one of the flowers that had grown from her daily passage, a small blue bloom that seemed to hold pieces of the sky in its delicate petals. The monks in the temple receive their water, yes, but the mountain receives its beauty. The butterflies receive their nectar, the seeds receive their awakening, the pilgrims receive their inspiration. My cracked pot serves not just one purpose, but many, not just the obvious need, but needs I could never have anticipated or planned. Lin felt tears forming in his eyes, though whether from the thin mountain air or from the emotion stirring in his heart, he could not say. He began to understand that this simple woman, this humble water-bearer, had discovered something that all his years of scholarly study had failed to reveal, a wisdom that could only be learned through living rather than thinking, through accepting rather than striving, through embracing imperfection rather than pursuing an impossible ideal. As they approached the final stretch of the path, where the temple gates became visible through gaps in the pine trees that clung to the upper reaches of the mountain, the old woman shared her deepest teaching, her voice taking on the quality of temple bells heard across vast distances, carrying truth that resonated in the very bones of those ready to receive it. "The secret," she said, "is not to spend our lives trying to fix what we think is broken in ourselves, but to discover how our apparent brokenness serves purposes we cannot see, creates beauty we could never plan, fulfills needs we did not know existed. The crack in my pot is not separate from my service, but essential to it, not a failure of craftsmanship, but a revelation of hidden possibility." She gestured back toward the flowering trail that now stretched far below them, a ribbon of life and color winding down the mountain face like a living demonstration of her teaching. Every person carries their own cracks, their own imperfections, their own ways of leaking the water of their lives as they climb toward their own temples of understanding. The question is not how to seal these cracks, but how to recognize the flowers they create, how to honor the beauty that emerges from our brokenness, how to trust that what we consider our greatest weakness might be our most precious gift to the world. As they reached the temple gates, carved from ancient wood and weathered by centuries of mountain storms, Lin understood that his journey up the mountain had been more than physical travel, that he had climbed not just through space, but through layers of understanding, ascending from the valley of his former certainties to the peak of a new way of seeing himself and his place in the great pattern of existence. The water-bearer set down her pots one final time, the cracked one still leaking its precious contents, still creating the possibility for new life wherever its drops might fall. She bowed to Lin with the same respect she might offer to an honored teacher, though he now understood that she had been his teacher all along, that wisdom often comes disguised as simplicity, that the greatest truths are often carried by the most humble vessels. "Thank you, grandmother," Lin said, his voice thick with gratitude and recognition, "for showing me that the path to understanding is not about becoming perfect, but about learning to see the perfection that already exists in our imperfection, not about fixing ourselves, but about discovering how our brokenness serves the greater wholeness." The old woman smiled, her face creasing into lines that spoke of decades spent in the service of this simple yet profound understanding. "May your own cracks, dear scholar, create flowers wherever you walk. May your own imperfections become doorways through which unexpected beauty enters the world. The mountain has many teachers, but sometimes the greatest lessons come from the humblest sources, from cracked pots and leaked water, and the wild flowers that bloom in places where nothing should be able to grow. As the temple bells began their evening call to prayer, echoing across the peaks and valleys, like the voice of the mountain itself calling its children home, Lin understood that he had received something more valuable than all the scrolls in the imperial library, a teaching that would transform not just his understanding, but his very way of being in the world, his relationship to his own humanity and its beautiful, necessary imperfections. And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred rhythm of cracked pots and wildflower trails, where every leak becomes a blessing, every flaw becomes a gift, every imperfection creates beauty that perfect vessels could never produce, the truth that lives forever in the secret chamber of every heart, that our brokenness is not something to be ashamed of, but something to be celebrated, that the cracks in our carefully constructed selves are exactly where the light gets in, where life springs forth, where the flowers of our truest contribution to the world take root and bloom in the most unexpected places. All is well. Settle back now, dear listener, and let these words carry you like a gentle river. There's nothing you need to do but drift along with the story and the soft music that holds us both. Allow yourself to be transported to the heart of ancient China, to a small village nestled in a valley where time moves like honey through sunlight, where for countless generations Taoist masters have shared these sacred stories beneath the spreading branches of ancient mulberry trees. These living transmissions that carry the subtle essence of the Tao, like wind carrying the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. These are not mere tales born from imagination, but wisdom teachings passed down through an unbroken lineage of sages, stories that slip past the watchful mind to plant seeds of understanding directly in the fertile silence of the receptive heart. In this quiet space between waking and sleeping, beyond the reach of analysis and explanation, the deepest truths reveal themselves like morning mist rising from village wells, like ancient memories that the soul recognizes even when the mind cannot name their source. Tonight, we journey to a village that exists in that timeless realm where the ordinary and the sacred dance together in perfect harmony, where every cobblestone holds the memory of bare feet that have walked the path of awakening, where the very air seems woven from the breath of those who have discovered that the greatest spiritual achievement is learning to live so naturally that no one notices your enlightenment, where wisdom wears the simple clothes of everyday life and speaks in the gentle dialect of home. In the province of Jiangsu, where the Yangtze River winds through landscapes painted by the brushstrokes of countless seasons, there lay a village so small and unremarkable that it appeared on no imperial maps, bore no grand name, boasted no famous temples or celebrated masters. It was simply called Peaceful Valley by those who lived there, a collection of perhaps 50 households clustered around a central square, where a single well had provided sweet water for more generations than anyone could remember, where children played the same games their great-grandparents had played, where the rhythm of life flowed as naturally as the stream that meandered past the village boundaries toward its eventual reunion with the great river beyond. The houses were built in the traditional style, their curved rooftops covered with gray tiles that caught rainwater and channeled it into ceramic vessels, their walls made of earth and straw that had been mixed by hand and dried in the same sun that ripened the rice in the surrounding paddies. Gardens flourished between the dwellings, filled with vegetables and herbs that had been cultivated by the same families for centuries, their seeds passed down like precious heirlooms from mother to daughter, from father to son, carrying within their genetic memory the taste of countless harvests and the wisdom of soil that knew exactly what each plant needed to flourish. The village square was paved with stones, worn smooth by countless festivals and market days, centered around the ancient well, whose stone rim had been polished to a mirror, finished by the ropes and buckets of generations of water drawers. A massive scholar tree spread its branches over one corner of the square, its trunk so wide that 6 people holding hands could barely encircle it, its roots running so deep that the oldest villagers claimed it had been there since the world was young, a silent witness to all the small dramas and quiet joys that made up the endless story of human life in this hidden corner of the world. It was here, in this place, where nothing ever seemed to happen, and everything always was happening, that the villagers first noticed the stranger approaching on the dusty road that connected their peaceful valley to the larger world beyond. He walked slowly, unhurriedly, as if he had all the time in the world and no particular destination in mind, carrying nothing but a simple walking stick cut from bamboo, and wearing robes so faded and patched that their original color was impossible to determine, garments that spoke of long years of travel and the kind of poverty that comes not from misfortune, but from choosing to own nothing that cannot be carried in one's hands or heart. The stranger was neither young nor old, his face weathered by sun and wind, but still holding the softness of one who has known more joy than sorrow, more laughter than tears. His hair was the color of winter clouds, pulled back with a cord woven from grass, and his feet were bare despite the long journey he had obviously undertaken, tough as leather from countless miles of walking, yet somehow retaining the sensitivity of one who feels the earth's energy through his very bones. Most remarkable of all were his eyes, deep and peaceful as mountain lakes, holding a quality of stillness that seemed to reflect the sky without effort, to mirror whatever they looked upon without grasping or rejecting, without judgment or desire. As he entered the village square in the golden light of late afternoon, when the shadows were growing long and the air was filled with the sounds of families preparing their evening meals, the stranger paused beside the ancient well, setting down his walking stick and gazing around the familiar yet transformed landscape of his childhood home, with the tender attention of one seeing a beloved face after many years of separation. His expression held no nostalgia, no regret for time past, or changes wrought by the turning seasons, only a quiet appreciation for the way life continues its eternal dance, even in the smallest and most remote corners of existence. Old Chen, who kept the village's only shop, and considered himself the unofficial keeper of local news and gossip, was the first to approach the stranger, his curiosity overcoming the natural reserve that country people show toward unfamiliar travelers. "Welcome to Peaceful Valley, honored guest," he said, offering the traditional greeting with a bow that was neither too deep nor too shallow, perfectly calibrated to show respect without assuming the stranger's station or intentions. "May I ask what brings you to our humble village? Are you perhaps seeking lodging for the night, or directions to some larger town where business might be conducted?" The stranger smiled, expression so gentle and genuine that it seemed to light up his entire face, transforming his ordinary features into something approaching beauty, though it was the kind of beauty that comes not from regular proportions or youthful freshness, but from the inner radiance of one who has found perfect contentment with exactly what is. "Thank you for your kindness, honored elder," he replied, his voice carrying the musical quality of water flowing over smooth stones, of wind through bamboo groves, of all the gentle sounds that speak of peace and natural harmony. "I seek nothing that I do not already have, and I go nowhere that I am not already present. I have simply come home." Chen frowned slightly, his merchant's mind immediately cataloging the stranger's appearance and manner, trying to place him in the context of village life, to connect his face with the genealogies and family histories that every longtime resident carried in their memory, like a living archive of local identity. "Home, you say? But forgive me, honored sir, I have lived in this village for 60 years, and I know every family, every face, every story worth telling. I do not recall seeing you before, nor do you resemble any of the young men who left our valley to seek their fortunes in the wider world." The stranger's smile deepened, taking on a quality of gentle amusement that held no mockery or superiority, only the kind of loving humor that parents feel when their children earnestly explain the world with the seriousness of those who have not yet learned to question their own certainties. "Perhaps," he said softly, "you knew me by another name, in another time, when I was someone else entirely, when I carried a different face and spoke with a different voice, when I believed that home was a place to leave rather than a truth to discover." As word spread through the village that a mysterious stranger had arrived, claiming some connection to their community, people began to gather in the square, drawn by the universal human curiosity about outsiders and the stories they might carry from distant places. The village children were the first to arrive, as children always are when something interesting threatens to disturb the predictable pattern of ordinary days, followed by the farmers returning from their fields with hoes over their shoulders and earth under their fingernails, then the women emerging from their kitchens with flowers still dusting their hands, and the satisfied expressions of those who have completed another day's contribution to the endless task of feeding families and maintaining households. Among the gathering crowd was Grandmother Liu, the village's oldest resident and acknowledged keeper of its collective memory, a woman so ancient that she seemed to have been carved from the same stone as the well itself, her face a map of decades spent watching seasons turn and generations pass, her eyes still bright with intelligence despite the weight of years that had bent her back and silvered her hair. She studied the stranger with the penetrating gaze of one who had seen enough of life to recognize patterns invisible to younger eyes, who had learned to read faces the way scholars read texts, searching for the hidden meanings beneath surface appearances. For a long moment, the old woman and the returning sage looked at each other across the space of the village square, across the gulf of years and transformation, across the distance between memory and recognition. Then, slowly, like dawn breaking over mountain peaks, understanding dawned in Grandmother Liu's weathered features, a smile spreading across her face like sunlight melting winter frost, like flowers blooming in unexpected places. "Little Wei," she whispered, her voice trembling with wonder and recognition, using the childhood name that no one had spoken aloud for more than 40 years, the name of a boy who had disappeared from the village one autumn morning when the leaves were turning gold and the geese were flying south, leaving behind only a brief note saying that he had gone to seek the immortals, to learn the secrets of the Tao, to discover the meaning of existence in the mountain caves where hermits dwelt in perfect solitude and perfect wisdom. The stranger bowed deeply to the old woman, his gesture holding all the respect and affection that a grown son might show to his beloved mother, all the gratitude of one who has traveled far, only to discover that what he sought had been waiting patiently in the place he started, in the eyes of those who had known him before he knew himself. "Honored grandmother," he said, his voice thick with emotion that seemed to contain no sadness, only the profound joy of one who has completed a very long journey and found himself exactly where he belonged. "I have returned to pay my respects to the source of all wisdom, to the village that taught me everything I needed to know before I was wise enough to recognize the teaching." The villagers murmured among themselves, some remembering the serious young man who had left so many years ago, with dreams of enlightenment dancing in his eyes. Others trying to reconcile their memories of that earnest seeker with the peaceful presence that stood before them now, radiating a quality of contentment so complete that it seemed to transform the very air around him, making the familiar square feel somehow more itself, more perfectly what it had always been meant to be. You might recognize this feeling from moments in your own life when you have returned to a place of childhood significance, when you have seen familiar landscapes through eyes changed by time and experience, when you have discovered that the very ordinariness you once longed to escape holds depths of meaning you were not ready to perceive when you lived within it every day. "But tell us, Master Wei," said Chen, Still struggling to connect the village boy he dimly remembered with the sage who stood before them, what great wisdom have you discovered in your travels? What secrets of the immortals can you share with us simple folk who have never ventured beyond our valley? Surely after so many years of study with the great masters, you must have learned teachings that could transform our humble lives, practices that could elevate our ordinary existence into something more spiritual, more meaningful than our daily round of planting and harvesting, cooking and cleaning, raising children and caring for elders. The sage's laughter bubbled up like spring water emerging from hidden depths, pure and clear and completely without affectation. The kind of spontaneous joy that arises when the gap between expectation and reality reveals itself in ways so perfect that the only appropriate response is gentle amusement at the cosmic humor of existence. "Honored Chen," he replied, "I have indeed learned many things in my years of wandering, but perhaps the most important discovery is this: that everything I traveled so far to find was already here, waiting patiently in the way Grandmother Lu draws water from the well each morning, in the rhythm of Uncle Wang's hammer as he mends tools in his workshop, in the laughter of children playing under the scholar tree, in the simple miracle of neighbors sharing vegetables over garden fences." He gestured toward the familiar sights of village life continuing around them, people going about their evening routines with the unconscious grace of those who have found their natural place in the world, who have learned to live in harmony with the rhythms of earth and season without needing to call their wisdom by any special name. "I spent decades learning to meditate, to cultivate qi, to understand the mysteries of yin and yang, to read the ancient texts and practice the secret techniques passed down through lineages of enlightened masters. But in the end, I discovered that the highest meditation is Uncle Wang, concentrating completely on repairing a broken wheel, that the deepest cultivation of qi happens when Aunt Chen tends her garden with complete attention, that the greatest understanding of cosmic principles is demonstrated when neighbors help each other through difficult times without expecting reward or recognition." As the evening shadows deepened and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, the villagers found themselves drawn into a kind of informal teaching circle around the returned sage. Though his teaching bore no resemblance to the formal discourses they might have expected from one who had studied with famous masters in distant mountains. Instead, he simply talked with them about their daily lives, asking questions about their work, their families, their small joys and minor concerns, listening with such complete attention that each person felt as if their ordinary existence had suddenly become fascinating, worthy of the kind of deep consideration usually reserved for matters of great philosophical import. When Farmer Zhang mentioned his worry about the late rains affecting his rice crop, the sage listened as if this agricultural concern contained profound wisdom about the nature of acceptance and trust in the face of circumstances beyond human control. When Weaver Song spoke about the satisfaction she found in creating cloth from raw silk, he heard in her words a discourse on the way consciousness transforms the raw material of experience into the fabric of meaning and beauty. When Grandmother Liu described her morning ritual of drawing water from the well, he recognized in her simple routine a perfect demonstration of the way daily practice connects us to the source of all nourishment, both physical and spiritual. "You speak as if our ordinary lives contain spiritual teachings," observed Teacher Li, the village's one educated man who had studied the classics and taught the children their letters, his tone carrying a mixture of curiosity and skepticism that came from years of believing that wisdom must be complex to be valuable, that truth must be difficult to attain to be worth pursuing. But surely the Tao is something more exalted than village life, something that requires special knowledge and extraordinary practices to understand and embody. The sage nodded thoughtfully, his expression holding no trace of disagreement or correction, only the patient understanding of one who has learned that truth cannot be argued into existence, but must be recognized through direct experience, like the way morning naturally follows night, regardless of whether anyone believes in the sunrise. "Honored teacher," he said gently, "the Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao, as the ancient wisdom teaches. But perhaps we might say that the Tao that must be sought in special places is not the Tao that flows through all places equally. The way that requires extraordinary practices is not the way that manifests most perfectly in the most ordinary moments. He picked up a handful of dust from the village square, letting it run through his fingers like sand through an hourglass, each grain catching the light of the paper lanterns that were beginning to glow in windows around the square. This dust beneath our feet has witnessed more miracles than all the mountain temples combined. It has supported the first steps of babies learning to walk, absorbed the tears of mothers grieving lost children, been blessed by the laughter of lovers, meeting secretly under starlight, enriched by the blood of warriors, defending their homes, sanctified by the prayers of grandparents, watching over sleeping households. How could any place be more sacred than this? As the night deepened and the village settled into its ancient rhythm of rest and renewal, families began to drift back to their homes, but many lingered, reluctant to end this unexpected encounter with one of their own who had returned so transformed, yet somehow more himself than when he had left. The sage made no move to seek shelter or announce plans for departure, seeming as content to spend the night under the stars as in any palace, as comfortable on the stone steps of the village, well as in any meditation hall. Young Mother May, holding her infant son against her shoulder, approached with the shy hesitation of one who wants to ask an important question but fears revealing ignorance. "Master Wei," she said softly, "I have heard that enlightened beings can perform miracles, that they possess special powers and abilities that ordinary people lack. Having studied with the great masters, surely you must have developed such gifts. Could you perhaps show us some demonstration of the supernatural wisdom you have acquired?" The sage smiled at the sleeping baby in her arms, his eyes filling with the tender wonder that comes from witnessing the everyday miracle of new life, the way consciousness chooses to manifest in fresh forms generation after generation, each child carrying the potential for complete awakening within their innocent awareness. "Dear May," he whispered, careful not to wake the sleeping infant, "you hold in your arms the greatest miracle in the universe, consciousness itself choosing to experience existence through new eyes, to love the world through a fresh heart. What greater supernatural power could there be than the ability to nurture this miracle, to guide this awareness as it discovers its own nature, to love without condition and care without expectation of reward?" He gestured toward the village sleeping peacefully around them, windows glowing with warm lamplight, families gathering for evening meals, elders telling stories to grandchildren, the eternal human drama of birth and growth and aging and death, playing out in countless variations on the same essential themes. Every moment in this village is supernatural if we have eyes to see it. Every ordinary action is miraculous if we have hearts to feel it. Every simple conversation is a teaching if we have ears to hear the wisdom hidden in plain sight. The mother looked down at her child with new eyes, perhaps beginning to understand that the sacred is not separate from the ordinary, but is the ordinary seen clearly, felt completely, appreciated without the veil of familiarity that usually blinds us to the miraculous nature of existence itself. The baby stirred slightly in her arms, making the small sounds that sleeping infants make, and for a moment everyone present seemed to hear in those innocent murmurs the voice of the Tao itself, speaking the first language, the wordless communication that predates all concepts and contains all truth. As the night wore on, the sage shared stories of his travels, but they were not tales of dramatic enlightenment or supernatural encounters with immortal masters. Instead, he spoke of farmers he had met, who knew the exact moment to plant each seed, of fishermen who could read the water like a sacred text, of mothers who healed their children's hurts with nothing more than absolute presence and unconditional love, of village idiots who possessed the wisdom of not knowing, of beggars who had discovered the wealth of wanting nothing. "I learned," he said, as the moon climbed toward its zenith, casting silver light across the village square and transforming the familiar landscape into something from a dream, that the highest spiritual achievement is to become so ordinary that you disappear entirely into the natural flow of life. to be so completely yourself that there is no self left to be special or different or enlightened. The greatest masters I encountered were often people who would never claim to be masters at all, who simply lived with such natural grace that their very existence was a teaching, whose presence was so harmonious with the Tao that they became invisible, like the way air becomes invisible because it is everywhere, supporting all life without calling attention to itself. An old man named Cho, who had been listening quietly from the edge of the gathering, cleared his throat and spoke in the gravelly voice of one who had spent a lifetime speaking only when words were truly necessary. "Young Wei," he said, using the childhood name with the familiarity of one who remembered the boy who had once helped him stack firewood and chase escaped chickens. "You speak beautifully about the wisdom of ordinary life, but forgive an old man's curiosity. After so many years of study and practice, surely you must have gained some special knowledge, some deeper understanding that sets you apart from us, simple villagers who have never sought enlightenment beyond our daily tasks." The sage was quiet for a long moment, his gaze turning inward as if consulting some inner compass, checking his understanding against the lived experience of decades spent in pursuit of truth. When he spoke again, his voice carried the absolute certainty of one who has tested his insights against reality and found them true. "Uncle Chu," he said, "the only thing I have learned that might be called special knowledge is this, that there is nothing special about knowledge, nothing extraordinary about enlightenment, nothing sacred that is separate from the profane. The Tao flows equally through the emperor's palace and the peasant's hut, through the sage's meditation and the farmer's plowing, through the moment of great insight and the moment of simple contentment." He stood up slowly, moving with the unhurried grace of one who has learned that every movement can be a meditation, every gesture an expression of harmony with the natural order. Walking to the ancient well, he drew up a bucket of water, drinking deeply before offering it to others with the unconscious hospitality of one who understands that sharing is the most natural response to abundance, that the well of wisdom becomes deeper when its waters are distributed rather than hoarded. "The difference," he continued, "between the seeker and the finder is not knowledge, but recognition, not achievement, but acceptance, not becoming something new, but seeing clearly what was always already present. I spent 40 years trying to become enlightened, and only in the end discovered that enlightenment is nothing more than recognizing that you were never unenlightened, that the Buddha nature you seek in mountain caves dwells fully in the heart of the village baker, that the peace you pursue through meditation is available in any moment when you stop pursuing it and simply allow it to be what it already is." As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, painting the village rooftops with the gentle colors of early morning, the gathered villagers found themselves experiencing their familiar surroundings with fresh eyes, as if the sage's presence had polished the lens of perception, revealing the extraordinary beauty that had been hiding in plain sight all along. The well seemed more deeply mysterious, the ancient tree more majestically rooted, the simple houses more perfectly designed to shelter human dreams and human love. The sage prepared to continue his wandering, though his departure felt more like a transition than an ending, as if he had planted seeds that would continue growing long after his physical presence had moved on to other villages, other encounters, other opportunities to reflect the natural perfection back to those who had temporarily forgotten their own inherent completeness. He shouldered his simple bundle, picked up his bamboo walking stick, and prepared to return to the road that had brought him home only to lead him away again, though now both home and away had revealed themselves to be movements within a larger stillness, variations on a theme that never changes because it includes all possible changes within its eternal embrace. "Will you return to us again, Master Wei?" asked little Mei, her infant son now awake and gazing with the clear, unblinking attention that babies bring to their fresh encounter with the world. Eyes that see without filters, hearts that love without conditions, consciousness that experiences without commentary. The sage smiled, reaching out to gently touch the baby's tiny hand, marveling at the perfection of those miniature fingers. The way new life arrives in the world with everything it needs to discover its own enlightened nature. If only the world can remember how to nurture that natural wisdom instead of educating it away. Dear ones, he said, I never really left, and I am not really leaving now. The part of me that recognized the Tao in this village square will remain here always, and the part of you that recognized that recognition will travel with me wherever the path may lead. We are all expressions of the same source, waves on the same ocean, dreams in the same vast consciousness that we call by many names, but which is always simply what is, right here, right now, perfect and complete, exactly as it appears. And all is well. All has always been well. In the sacred ordinariness of village life, where every well contains the water of life, every tree shelters the birds of heaven, every ordinary heart beats with the rhythm of the eternal Tao that needs no special name because it is already singing itself through every voice, living itself through every life, loving itself through every encounter between souls who recognize in each other the same light, the same source, the same mysterious presence that makes every moment holy and every place home. All is well. Continue to drift along with the story, just as you are, dear listener, letting these words carry you like a gentle current. There's nothing you need to do but float with the ancient wisdom that flows through this tale like water finding its way to the sea. Tonight we journey to a small fishing village where the great yellow river bends like a sleeping dragon through landscapes painted by morning mist and evening light, where wooden boats rest like prayer bowls on water that reflects both sky and the eternal Tao that moves through all things. Here, where generations of fishermen have cast their nets into waters that remember every season, every flood, every drought, every moment when human hands have worked in harmony with the river's ancient rhythms. The very air shimmers with stories whispered by reeds that grow along muddy banks, by willows that trail their fingers in the current like old women washing silk in moonlight. The village itself seems to have grown from the riverbank like the cattails and lotus flowers that bloom in the shallows. Houses built on stilts that lift them above the seasonal floods, their wooden walls weathered to the color of driftwood, their curved rooftops catching rainwater in gutters that channel the gift of heaven into ceramic jars where it waits patiently to serve the needs of daily life. Fishing nets hang like giant spider webs between bamboo poles, drying in the sun that turns their hemp fibers to gold, while cormorants perch on wooden posts driven into the river bottom, their dark wings spread to dry, their intelligent eyes watching the water for the silver flash of fish moving beneath the surface like thoughts swimming through the mind of the river itself. The docks extend into the water on stilts that have stood for generations, their planks worn smooth by bare feet and rubber boots, by the passage of fishermen carrying their catches in wicker baskets, by children running to greet fathers returning from dawn expeditions on water that mirrors the changing moods of sky. Smoke rises from cooking fires where fish are prepared in the ancient ways, seasoned with herbs that grow wild along the riverbank, cooked over flames that dance like spirits freed from wood that once grew beside these same waters, creating aromas that speak of sustenance drawn directly from the marriage of human skill and natural abundance. It was here, in this place, where time moves with the rhythm of tides and seasons, rather than the urgency of clocks and calendars, that Master Zhuang had taken up his daily practice of what the villagers had come to call fishing, though those who watched closely might have noticed that his approach to this ancient craft differed significantly from that of their most successful anglers. Each morning, as the mist rose from the water like the breath of sleeping dragons, he would arrive at the end of the longest dock, carrying only a simple bamboo pole and a length of fishing line so old and worn that it seemed more like spider silk than proper tackle. Master Zhuang was a man of perhaps 60 years, though his age seemed as fluid as the river itself. sometimes appearing ancient as the willows that had witnessed countless generations of fishermen, sometimes seeming as timeless as the water that flowed past their village toward the distant sea. His clothes were the simple brown robes of a wandering monk, patched and repatched with such care that each repair had become a kind of meditation, a small work of art that transformed necessity into beauty. His hair was white as river foam, pulled back with a cord woven from grass that grew beside the water, and his face held the serene contentment of one who has discovered that the greatest wealth comes not from what we catch, but from what catches us, drawing us into harmony with currents larger than our individual intentions. Every morning, he would sit at the end of the dock, his legs dangling over the edge, his bare feet occasionally trailing in the water that flowed past, with the eternal patience of something that knows exactly where it is going and feels no need to hurry in its arrival. His fishing pole was never baited, a fact that the village children had discovered early in their observations of this peculiar angler, though none of the adults seemed particularly surprised by this detail, as if they understood intuitively that Master Zhuang was engaged in a kind of fishing that had less to do with catching dinner than with catching something far more elusive and infinitely more valuable. The fishing line disappeared into water that reflected clouds and sky so perfectly that it seemed Master Zhuang was fishing in heaven itself, casting his hopes into an azure depth that might contain anything from ordinary carp to celestial dragons, from simple sustenance to the secrets of existence itself. Hour after hour, he would sit in perfect stillness, occasionally shifting position with the fluid grace of one who has learned to move like water, but never with the tense alertness of an angler waiting for the strike that announces success, never with the impatience of one who measures time by productivity rather than presence. The village fishermen, returning from their dawn expeditions, with boats full of silver fish and nets heavy with the river's abundance, would nod respectfully to Master Zhuang as they passed his solitary figure, some pausing to offer tea from their bottles, others sharing portions of their catch, with the quiet understanding that hospitality is as natural as breathing in places where people live close to the elemental forces that sustain all life. He would accept their gifts with the same gracious calm with which he accepted everything else, neither grasping for more nor refusing what was freely offered, maintaining the perfect balance of one who has learned to receive without attachment and give without depletion. Children, drawn by the magnetic curiosity that makes them natural philosophers and fearless investigators of life's mysteries, would often approach Master Zhuang during their own explorations of the riverbank, searching for interesting stones or colorful shells, chasing butterflies that danced among the reeds, building small boats from leaves and twigs that they would launch into the current, with the hope that their miniature vessels might sail all the way to the sea. They seemed to sense in his presence a quality of attention that made him safe to approach, a stillness that invited confidence without demanding explanation. Little Ming, the blacksmith's son, whose curiosity was as sharp as his father's tools, was the first to ask the question that had been growing in the minds of many villagers, the question that seemed too obvious to voice, yet too important to ignore. Settling himself beside Master Zhuang on the weathered planks of the dock, his small legs swinging in imitation of the master's relaxed posture, he studied the fishing line that disappeared into water, clear enough to reveal the absence of any hook, any bait, any of the equipment that successful fishing required. "Master Zhuang," he said, with the directness that children bring to their encounters with the world, unencumbered by the social conventions that teach adults to approach truth sideways. Through elaborate courtesy and careful indirection, my father and all the fishermen in our village use hooks and bait when they want to catch fish, but I can see that your line has neither. How do you expect to catch anything without the proper equipment?" Master Zhuang's smile spread across his weathered face like sunrise over calm water, illuminating features that seemed carved from the same patient stone as the riverbank itself, shaped by years of watching water flow past with the understanding that all things come to those who know how to wait without waiting, how to seek without grasping, how to fish without catching. "Ah, young Ming," he replied, his voice carrying the musical quality of water over stones, of wind through reeds, of all the gentle sounds that speak of harmony between human consciousness and natural law. You have made a very astute observation. Indeed, I use no hook, no bait, no net, no trap of any kind." The boy's forehead wrinkled with the concentration of one trying to solve a puzzle that seemed to violate everything he had learned about cause and effect, about the relationship between effort and result, about the practical requirements of securing dinner from the generosity of the river. But then he persisted with the logic that children apply to adult behavior that makes no obvious sense. How do you catch fish? What is the point of fishing if you never catch anything? Master Zhuang gazed out over the water that stretched toward the horizon like a road made of liquid light, its surface broken occasionally by the ripples that marked the passage of fish beneath, the wake of water birds landing to rest, the gentle disturbance created by wind kissing the river's face with the tenderness of lovers meeting after long separation. "Who says I never catch anything?" he asked, his tone holding the patient amusement of one who has learned that the most important catches are often invisible to eyes that have been trained to see only the obvious, only the material, only the things that can be counted and weighed and sold in the marketplace. Young Ming looked around the dock, searching for the baskets or nets that might contain Master Zhuang's daily catch, finding nothing but the simple bamboo pole and the old man's serene presence, his obvious contentment despite the apparent failure of his fishing enterprise. "But where are your fish?" the boy asked, his confusion growing as he tried to reconcile the evidence of his senses with the master's calm certainty, the way a scientist might feel when confronted with data that contradicts everything he thought he knew about the natural world. "Ah," said Master Zhuang, his eyes twinkling with the delight of one who has been given the perfect opportunity to share a teaching that cannot be explained, but only demonstrated, only experienced through the kind of direct understanding that bypasses the thinking mind to plant itself directly in the fertile ground of intuitive wisdom. "But you are looking in the wrong place for the wrong kind of catch. I do not fish for the fish that swim in the water, though I honor them and celebrate their beauty and acknowledge their right to live their fishy lives without interference from my hooks and nets." He lifted his bamboo pole slightly, creating tiny ripples that spread outward in perfect circles, each ring catching the sunlight like golden coins scattered across the water's surface, demonstrating the way even the smallest action creates effects that travel far beyond their point of origin, touching shores and lives in ways that the original actor could never predict or control. "I fish for something much more subtle and much more valuable than any creature that could fit in a basket or feed a family for a single meal." The boy leaned forward, his young mind opening to possibilities he had never considered, preparing to receive knowledge that would transform his understanding, not just of fishing, but of the relationship between intention and outcome, between seeking and finding, between the visible world of things and the invisible world of connections that bind all things together in the vast web of existence. You might recognize this feeling of standing on the threshold of new understanding, the way curiosity can suddenly expand to accommodate realities that were previously unimaginable, the excitement of discovering that the world contains mysteries far more beautiful than anything we had dared to hope. "I fish," Master Zhuang continued, his voice dropping to the whisper that secrets use when they want to be heard by hearts rather than ears, "for the current itself, for the flow that carries all things, for the Tao that moves through the water and through the fish, and through the fisherman, and through the child who asks questions that open doorways to wisdom. This current cannot be caught with hooks made of metal, cannot be held in nets woven from hemp, cannot be contained in any vessel smaller than consciousness itself." As if summoned by his words, a fish jumped in the distance, its silver body arcing through the air in a perfect parabola, before disappearing back into the water with a splash that sent concentric circles spreading across the surface, like visible music, like the physical manifestation of joy, like the way enlightenment ripples through awareness, when the mind finally stops trying to grasp what can only be received through complete openness. Both the master and the boy watched this display in appreciative silence, understanding without words that they had witnessed something that could serve as a teaching more eloquent than any explanation. "You see," Master Zhuang said softly, "that fish knows something about the current that carries it, something about the proper relationship between effort and surrender, between swimming and flowing, between individual will and universal movement. It does not fight the water, but uses the water's own energy to accomplish its purposes, to find food, to escape danger, to play in the liquid light that is its natural habitat." The morning progressed with its usual rhythm, of village life continuing around them. Fishermen mending nets in the shade of trees that had watched over this river for generations. Women washing clothes in the shallows where the water ran clear and clean. Children playing games that had been invented by other children in other centuries. All of them participating in the eternal dance of human life, lived in harmony with natural cycles, with the ebb and flow of seasons, with the patient generosity of a river that provides for those who understand how to receive its gifts without depleting its abundance. Other villagers began to gather around Master Zhuang's fishing spot, drawn by the gentle magnetism of his presence and the growing reputation of his unusual approach to angling, though none of them came seeking practical advice about improving their catch or learning more effective techniques for extracting wealth from the water. Instead, they seemed to sense that something deeper was being offered here, some teaching about the art of living that went far beyond the mechanics of survival, some wisdom about the relationship between human consciousness and the larger intelligence that flows through all creation like blood through the body of the world. Old Fisherman Wu, whose weather-beaten hands had cast nets into these waters for more than 50 years, whose eyes held the deep knowing that comes from decades of reading weather patterns and water conditions, whose very presence carried the authority of one who has learned his craft through direct communion with the elements rather than through books or theories, approached with the respectful curiosity of one master acknowledging another, though their fields of expertise might seem to have little in common. "Master Zhuang," he said, settling his ancient bones onto the dock with the careful movements of one who has earned his rest through a lifetime of honest labor. "I have been watching you fish these past months, and I confess that your methods puzzle me greatly. In all my years of drawing sustenance from this river, I have never seen anyone catch anything using your approach, yet you seem more content, more at peace with your results than many fishermen who return home with boats full of fish. What secret do you possess that allows you to find satisfaction in apparent failure?" Master Zhuang's laughter bubbled up like spring water emerging from hidden depths, pure and clear, and completely free of any trace of mockery or superiority, the kind of spontaneous joy that arises when the gap between expectation and reality reveals itself in ways so perfect that the only appropriate response is gentle appreciation for the cosmic humor that runs through all existence, like a golden thread connecting moments of insight. "Honored Wu," he replied, "you speak of failure, but I wonder if we might be using different measures of success, different definitions of what constitutes a good catch, different understandings of what the river has to offer those who approach it with proper reverence and appropriate technique." He gestured toward the water that flowed past them with the eternal patience of something that has no destination, because it is already everywhere, no goal because it is already accomplishing the greatest work, simply by being what it is, no need to hurry, because it carries within itself all time, all possibility, all the stories that water tells as it moves from mountain springs to ocean depths. When you cast your nets, honored friend, you seek to capture individual fish, to remove them from their element and transform them into food for your family, into coins for your purse, into proof of your skill in the river's generosity. This is good work, necessary work, work that feeds bodies and sustains communities and maintains the ancient compact between human ingenuity and natural abundance. A heron landed nearby, its graceful movements creating barely a ripple, as it waded into the shallows, its long neck poised for the lightning strike that would secure its own breakfast from the abundance that flowed past in silver schools, its presence adding another dimension to the morning's impromptu gathering, another voice in the conversation between human consciousness and natural wisdom. The great bird seemed to listen to Master Zhuang's words with the same attention as the human audience, its bright eyes reflecting an intelligence that transcended species, that recognized truth regardless of the form in which it appeared. But I, Master Zhuang continued, seek to capture something that cannot be removed from its element, because it is the element itself, something that cannot be transformed into anything other than what it already is, because it is already perfect, something that cannot be possessed, because it possesses everything, including the one who seeks to possess it. I fish for the current, the flow, the Tao itself that manifests as water, but is not limited to water, that appears as river, but includes all rivers, all oceans, all streams, all rain, all mist, all ice, all steam, all the forms that water takes as it dances through the endless cycle of existence. The gathered villagers felt something stirring in their understanding, like fish beginning to move in deep water, like the first tremors that announce the approach of profound insight. They began to see that Master Zhuang's fishing was not fishing at all, in any conventional sense, but something closer to prayer, to meditation, to the kind of deep communion with reality that mystics speak of in hushed tones. The direct experience of unity that dissolves all boundaries between self and world, between seeker and sought, between fisherman and fish, and the water that connects them all in one vast flowing whole. When I sit here with my line in the water, Master Zhuang explained, his voice taking on the rhythm of the river itself, flowing and patient and completely without hurry, I am not waiting for something to happen. I am participating in what is always already happening, joining the eternal flow that carries all things, learning to move with the current rather than against it, discovering how to be carried rather than struggling to swim upstream against the natural direction of existence. Young Ming, his child's mind still flexible enough to grasp concepts that adult logic might find impossible to accept, raised his hand like a student in school, though the teaching happening here bore no resemblance to anything that could be contained in classrooms or captured in textbooks. Master Zhuang, he said, if you're not trying to catch fish, and you're not trying to catch the current because you say it can't be caught, then what exactly are you doing? What is the point of sitting here all day with a fishing pole if you're not fishing? The master's smile deepened, taking on the quality of sunlight on water, reflecting something infinite and eternal and completely present in this moment, beside a river, in a small village, where ordinary people were discovering that the extraordinary is always available to those who know how to look with the eyes of wonder rather than the eyes of expectation. Ah, little Ming, he said, you have asked the perfect question, the question that opens the door to understanding not just my peculiar fishing technique, but the secret of how to live in harmony with the Tao that flows through all existence like the current flows through this river. He lifted his bamboo pole again, creating more ripples that spread outward in perfect circles, each ring a visual demonstration of the way consciousness, properly aligned with natural law, sends waves of harmony extending far beyond their visible reach, touching lives and hearts in ways that the original action could never predict or control. The point, he said, is not to catch anything but to be caught, not to capture the current, but to be captured by it, not to impose my will upon the water, but to discover how my individual will can dissolve into the universal will that moves through all things like breath through the body of existence. As the day progressed and the sun climbed toward its zenith, painting the river with light that seemed to come from within the water itself, more villagers joined the informal gathering around Master Zhuang's fishing spot, each drawn by their own curiosity about this gentle man whose presence seemed to transform ordinary moments into opportunities for profound understanding, whose very existence served as a demonstration that enlightenment need not be dramatic or difficult, but could be as natural as sitting by a river on a beautiful morning. The village teacher, a scholarly man named Professor Chen, who had studied the classics and could quote the ancient sages, but sometimes struggled to find their wisdom in daily life, approached with the hesitant curiosity of one who suspects that book learning might be inadequate preparation for the kind of education happening here, beside the flowing water. "Master Zhuang," he said, "I have read the Tao Te Ching many times, and I understand intellectually the concept of Wu Wei, of actionless action, of accomplishing without striving, but I confess that I have difficulty applying these principles in practical life. Perhaps you could explain how your fishing demonstrates these teachings in ways that mere words cannot convey." Master Zhuang nodded with the understanding of one who had once faced the same challenge, who had spent years trying to think his way into wisdom before discovering that understanding comes not through analysis, but through direct experience, not through mental comprehension, but through total participation in the truth that can only be lived, never merely studied. "Honored teacher," he replied, "words are like fishing nets with holes too large to catch the current, though they can certainly capture concepts about the current, ideas about flow, theories about the Tao that flows through all existence like the river flows toward the sea." He gestured toward his simple fishing setup, his unhurried posture, his obvious contentment, despite the complete absence of anything that conventional wisdom would recognize as achievement or success. "When I sit here, I practice Wu Wei, not by doing nothing, but by doing only what the moment requires, which is often nothing more than being completely present to what is already happening, being so fully here that there is no I left to want anything different, no separate self left to strive for outcomes other than what naturally unfolds." The afternoon light began to slant across the water, painting everything with the golden hues that photographers chase and poets try to capture in words that always fall short of the reality they attempt to describe. The way all human efforts to contain beauty in forms smaller than beauty itself necessarily fail, while succeeding in unexpected ways, creating art that points toward what cannot be directly captured, fingers pointing at the moon that is always more magnificent than any finger, no matter how skillfully extended. As evening approached and the fishing boats began returning from their day's work on the water, Master Zhuang prepared to end his own day's fishing, though ending seemed too strong a word for the completion of something that had never really begun, that had simply been a continuous participation in the ongoing flow of existence, a seamless joining with the current that carries all things toward their perfect destination. He lifted his line from the water, wrapping it carefully around his bamboo pole with the same attention he had given to every moment of the day, treating each small action as part of the sacred practice of living in harmony with natural law. "Master Zhuang," called old Wu as the teacher prepared to leave, "will you be here tomorrow, fishing in your unusual way for your invisible catch? Will you continue this practice that seems to accomplish nothing, yet somehow achieves everything?" The master smiled, shouldering his simple fishing pole and preparing to walk back to the small hut where he lived with the same simplicity that characterized his approach to angling, his philosophy, his entire way of being in the world. "Like the river itself," he replied, "I will continue flowing in the direction that the current carries me, appearing where I am needed, disappearing when my presence is no longer required, always moving, yet always still, always arriving, yet never departing from the eternal now, where all fishing happens, where all catching occurs, where all rivers eventually discover they were never separate from the ocean toward which they seem to be traveling. And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred current that carries all things toward their perfect destination, where every cast of the line connects us to the flow that moves through all existence, where the greatest catch is always the moment of recognition that we were never separate from what we sought, that the fisherman and the fish and the river that connects them are all waves in the same vast ocean of consciousness that we call the Tao, the current that carries all seekers home to the source that was never lost, never distant, never anything other than the eternal presence that flows through every heart like water through an infinite landscape of awakening. All is well. Continue to drift along with the story, just as you are, dear listener, letting these words carry you like a gentle current. There's nothing you need to do but float with the ancient wisdom that flows through this tale, like wind through endless forests of bamboo. Tonight we journey to the sacred groves of Mount Eme in Sichuan province, where the year 1738 moves with the whispered rhythm of 10,000 bamboo stalks swaying in mountain winds, where the Qing dynasty's golden age creates space for hermits and poets to disappear into landscapes that seem painted by celestial brushes, dipped in morning mist and evening light. Here, where Buddhist temples cling to cliff faces like prayers carved in stone, and Taoist hermitages hide in valleys so remote they appear on no imperial maps, the very air shimmers with the breathing of bamboo forests, so vast they seem to stretch beyond the edges of the known world, their hollow stems creating music when mountain breezes learn to play them like instruments tuned to frequencies that bypass the thinking mind to resonate directly in the chambers of the heart. The bamboo groves themselves appear to have been planted by wind spirits rather than human hands, their pale green culms rising like prayers made visible, their delicate leaves filtering sunlight into patterns that dance across forest floors, carpeted with golden leaves that have fallen like scattered coins from nature's endless treasury. The air here carries a particular quality found nowhere else on earth, cool and clean and somehow charged with the essence of growth itself, with the green breath of photosynthesis happening on such a massive scale that merely walking through these groves becomes a form of communion with the planet's lungs, with the ancient alchemy that transforms sunlight and carbon dioxide into the oxygen that feeds all breathing creatures. The sound is equally distinctive, a constant gentle percussion as millions of bamboo stems sway and touch and bend in the eternal wind that flows through these mountains like the breath of sleeping dragons, creating a symphony so subtle and continuous that visitors often mistake it for silence until they learn to listen with the deeper ears that hear not just noise, but the music that underlies all noise, the rhythm that connects all movement, the pulse that beats in the heart of stillness itself. Sometimes the wind picks up and the entire forest becomes a concert hall, where nature performs compositions that have never been written down, yet contain harmonies more complex than any human music, melodies that seem to emerge from the very structure of existence itself. The fragrance of bamboo groves has no equivalent in the world of human-made perfumes, a scent both green and clean, both earthy and ethereal, carrying hints of morning dew and mountain springs, of clean rain and fertile soil, of the particular sweetness that comes from growing things reaching toward light with such dedication that they transform the very air around them into something more than air, something closer to what the ancient Taoists called qi, the life force that flows through all things like invisible water, nourishing gardens that exist in dimensions too subtle for ordinary perception to detect. It was here, in the deepest heart of these sacred groves, where tourists never ventured, and even monks rarely penetrated, that Master Wu had made his hermitage, though hermitage seemed too solid a word for his relationship to place, too permanent a concept for one who had learned to live like wind itself, present everywhere and nowhere, touching everything while grasping nothing, leaving no trace of his passage, yet somehow blessing everything he encountered with the quality of his attention, the refinement of his presence, the way he had learned to move through the world, like a whisper, like a prayer, like the space between thoughts where wisdom waits patiently to be recognized. Master Wu was a man whose age had become as fluid as the wind. He emulated, sometimes appearing ancient as the oldest bamboo groves that had witnessed centuries of seasons turning, like pages in an endless book written by time itself. sometimes seeming as timeless as the mountains that provided the foundation for these forests. The stone bones, on which all this green flesh grew in patterns too beautiful and complex for any human mind to fully comprehend. His appearance had been simplified by decades of living with only what was absolutely necessary: his clothes, the color of bamboo bark and morning mist; his possessions reduced to what could be carried in the pockets of his weathered robes; his very presence so refined and unobtrusive that birds would land on his shoulders while he meditated, deer would graze nearby without alarm, insects would continue their business as if he were simply another part of the natural landscape, another expression of the same life force that animated everything in these groves with the pulse of eternal becoming. His daily life was a masterpiece of invisible action, a demonstration of the Taoist principle of Wu Wei, carried to such perfection that he seemed to accomplish everything while appearing to do nothing, to maintain his simple needs while leaving no evidence that he existed, to live fully while touching the earth and its creatures with such gentleness that his presence enhanced rather than disrupted the natural harmony of the forest ecosystem. He had learned to move between the bamboo stems like water flowing around stones, finding the natural pathways that required no forcing, no breaking of branches, no disturbance of the delicate web of relationships that connected every plant and animal and microorganism in patterns of mutual support, too intricate for human science to map, yet simple enough for intuitive understanding to grasp in moments of perfect attention. Each morning, he would wake with the first stirring of wind in the bamboo leaves, his internal rhythms so synchronized with natural cycles that he needed no bells or timepieces to know when day was beginning, when night was arriving, when the subtle changes in light and temperature and the music of the grove announced the turning of hours, seasons, the great wheel of existence that carries all beings through cycles of birth and growth and flowering and rest and renewal. His morning ablutions were performed at a small spring that emerged from the mountainside like a gift from the earth's hidden heart, its water so pure it seemed to capture and concentrate the essence of mountain snow and cloud-filtered rain, its temperature perfect for washing both body and spirit, for beginning each day with the ritual acknowledgement that cleanliness is not just physical but spiritual, not just removal of dirt, but preparation for receiving whatever the day might offer with appropriate reverence and gratitude. His movements throughout the grove were so carefully calibrated to the rhythms of bamboo growth and wind patterns that he seemed to dance with forces invisible to ordinary perception, to participate in conversations between earth and sky that had been going on since before humans existed, to be both witness to and participant in the eternal dialogue between stillness and motion that creates all the beauty and harmony that fills these groves with presence so tangible it can be felt by anyone, sensitive enough to recognize the sacred when it appears disguised as the completely ordinary, the utterly natural, the simple truth of existence expressing itself through the endless variations on themes of growth and rest and growth again. You might recognize this quality from moments in your own life when you have moved through familiar spaces with such care and attention that you seemed to become part of them rather than an intruder, when you have learned to walk through your own home so quietly that sleeping family members remained undisturbed, when you have discovered the particular satisfaction that comes from moving through the world with consideration for everything you encounter, leaving places better than you found them, simply through the quality of your presence, the refinement of your attention, the way conscious awareness can bless whatever it touches with genuine appreciation. The first person to discover Master Wu's presence in the groves was not a person at all, but a young monk from the distant temple who had come seeking bamboo shoots for the monastery kitchen, following pathways he had traveled countless times before, expecting to gather food and return to his duties without encountering anything more remarkable than the usual abundance that these forests provided to those who approached them with proper gratitude and took only what was needed, leaving the rest for other creatures. years, other seasons, other expressions of the endless generosity that flows through natural systems when they are allowed to function according to their own wisdom rather than human plans that often create more problems than they solve. Brother Chen was gathering shoots with the meditative attention that his abbot had taught him to bring to all activities, treating every task as an opportunity for spiritual practice, every routine duty as a chance to cultivate the mindfulness that transforms ordinary actions into sacred service. When he noticed something that made him pause in wonder, made him question whether his eyes were showing him something real, or whether the forest spirits were playing gentle tricks on someone who had spent too many hours in meditation, too many days in contemplation of mysteries that might be affecting his perception of ordinary reality. The bamboo shoots he was gathering seemed to have been harvested before he arrived, yet harvested with such precision and care that the plants showed no damage, no signs of the inevitable disturbance that comes when humans interact with natural systems, no evidence that anyone had been there at all, except for the fact that exactly the right number of shoots had been taken from each grove, leaving the perfect amount for the ecosystem's needs, while providing exactly what the monastery kitchen required, as if someone had been there before him, with knowledge not just of bamboo cultivation, but of the monastery's daily requirements, the number of monks to be fed, the balance between taking and leaving that maintains harmony between human needs and natural abundance. As Brother Chen moved deeper into the groves, following the subtle signs that indicated someone had passed this way before him, he began to notice other evidence of presence that was also absence, action that was also non-action, intervention that enhanced rather than disturbed the natural order of the forest. Fallen branches had been arranged to support climbing vines, but arranged so naturally they seemed to have fallen into exactly the right positions by chance. Small clearings had been subtly improved to catch morning light for shade-loving plants, but improved so gently that the changes appeared to be the work of natural processes rather than human design. The path he followed seemed to have been created by someone who understood not just where to walk, but how to walk, how to place feet so they compacted earth without damaging root systems, how to move between plants without breaking branches, how to pass through the forest, leaving traces so faint they were more like suggestions than actual disturbances, more like whispers than footprints, more like the memory of passage than passage itself. It was as if the forest had been visited by wind, made visible by air that had learned to take human form while retaining all the qualities that make wind the perfect traveler, the ideal guest, the visitor who touches everything while changing nothing except through the blessing of appropriate attention. Following these almost invisible traces, Brother Chen eventually came to a small clearing where the bamboo formed a natural cathedral, their tall stems rising like pillars toward a canopy so high it seemed to support the sky itself, their leaves filtering light into patterns that seemed designed by celestial architects to create the perfect environment for contemplation, for the kind of deep listening that happens when human consciousness learns to tune itself to frequencies that bypass language to communicate directly with the intelligence that flows through all living things, like invisible rivers feeding gardens that exist in dimensions too subtle for ordinary perception to detect. In the center of this natural temple sat a figure so still and silent that Brother Chen at first mistook him for a stump or stone formation, some natural sculpture created by years of wind and rain shaping fallen wood or exposed rock into forms that coincidentally resembled human posture, human proportions, the way clouds sometimes appear to take the shapes of familiar objects without any intention to deceive, simply through the random dance of water vapor and atmospheric pressure that creates temporary artworks in the gallery of the sky. Only when the figure moved, turning slightly to acknowledge the young monk's presence, with a nod so subtle it was barely perceptible, a gesture of recognition so refined it seemed to honor both the one who approached and the one who was approached, while creating no disturbance in the profound stillness, that filled the clearing like a presence more tangible than most presences, did Brother Chen realize that he had discovered the source of the mysterious traces, the invisible gardener who had been improving the forest without leaving signatures, the windwalker who moved through these groves like a living demonstration of the highest Taoist teachings about how to live in harmony with natural law. "Honored Master," Brother Chen whispered, his voice automatically dropping to the level appropriate for sacred spaces, for encounters with those who radiate the kind of peace that comes from years of successful practice, decades of learning to align individual will with universal flow, a lifetime spent discovering how human consciousness can become transparent to the wisdom that wants to express itself through every action, every breath, every moment of existence, when the personal self steps aside to allow something larger and more intelligent to move through the body like wind through an instrument perfectly tuned to play melodies that serve the harmony of the whole rather than the desires of the part. Master Wu's smile was like sunshine filtering through bamboo leaves, gentle and warm and completely without effort. The natural expression of someone who had discovered that happiness is not something to be pursued, but something to be uncovered, not an achievement, but a recognition, not a destination, but the natural state of consciousness when it stops fighting with reality and learns to dance with whatever appears in the eternal present moment. That is the only place where life actually happens, where peace actually exists, where the sacred can be found, hiding in plain sight, disguised as the completely ordinary business of being alive on a planet that provides everything needed for awakening, if only we know how to receive its gifts with appropriate gratitude and attention. "Young brother," he replied, his voice carrying the quality of wind through bamboo, soft and musical, and somehow more than sound, more like a transmission that bypassed the ears to resonate directly in the chambers of the heart, where understanding happens without the need for analysis, where wisdom is recognized rather than learned, where truth reveals itself to those who have developed the capacity to receive it without the filters of preconception that usually block the flow of direct knowing. You have followed my traces with the dedication of a true seeker, though I wonder if you have noticed that the traces you followed were not footprints but invitations, not disturbances but improvements, not signs of where I have been but suggestions for where you might go if you wish to learn the art of moving through life without leaving scars on the earth or wounds in the hearts of those you encounter. Over the following weeks, Brother Chen found excuses to return to the bamboo groves, drawn by something he could not name, toward teachings that were being offered not through words but through demonstration, not through explanation but through the quality of presence that Master Wu embodied, the way he had learned to live so lightly that his existence enhanced rather than diminished everything he touched, everyone he encountered, every situation he entered, with the refinement that comes from understanding that the highest spiritual achievement is learning to be helpful without being noticed, useful without taking credit, present without demanding attention. The Windwalker's teachings came through observation rather than instruction, through the opportunity to witness how someone who had mastered the art of invisible action moved through daily life with such grace that even the most routine activities became demonstrations of profound principles, living examples of how consciousness can operate when it aligns itself with natural law rather than fighting against it, when it learns to work with the grain of existence rather than against it, when it discovers the particular satisfaction that comes from swimming with the current rather than struggling to swim upstream against forces too vast and intelligent for any individual will to overcome through effort alone. Master Wu gathered food with such precision that plants seemed to offer themselves for his nourishment, selecting exactly the leaves and fruits that were ready to be harvested, that wanted to fulfill their purpose by providing sustenance for a life dedicated to serving the harmony of the whole, rather than the accumulation of personal advantage. His cooking was performed with movements so economical and graceful that the preparation of meals became a form of moving meditation, a demonstration of how ordinary activities can be transformed into spiritual practice, when they are approached with complete attention, with reverence for the sources of nourishment, with gratitude for the opportunity to participate in the ancient alchemy that transforms raw materials into food that feeds not just bodies, but the consciousness that inhabits bodies, the awareness that looks out through eyes that have learned to see the sacred in the ordinary, the eternal in the temporal, the infinite in the intimate details of daily existence. Perhaps you have experienced moments when you moved through your own life with this quality of attention, when washing dishes became a form of meditation, when preparing food felt like a sacred ritual, when even the most mundane tasks revealed themselves as opportunities to practice presence, to cultivate the kind of awareness that transforms everything it touches simply through the quality of attention it brings to whatever appears in the field of consciousness, the way sunlight transforms whatever it illuminates, not by changing its essential nature, but by revealing the beauty that was always already there, waiting to be seen by eyes that know how to look with appreciation rather than judgment, with wonder rather than criticism. The deeper teaching that Brother Chen absorbed through his regular visits to the bamboo groves was not about technique, but about being, not about what to do, but about who to become, not about acquiring new skills, but about uncovering capacities that had always been present but hidden under layers of conditioning that taught him to move through the world with more force than necessary, more noise than helpful, more disturbance than beneficial. Master Wu's presence was like a tuning fork that helped him recognize when he was operating from tension rather than ease, from effort rather than flow, from the kind of trying that creates resistance rather than the kind of allowing that creates harmony. The art of wind walking, Master Wu explained during one of their rare conversations, most of his teaching happening through silence and demonstration rather than words and explanation, is not about moving without touching, but about touching without disturbing. Not about avoiding contact, but about making contact so gentle and appropriate that it enhances rather than disrupts the natural harmony that exists wherever consciousness learns to align itself with the patterns that govern the movement of wind and water, the growth of plants, the migration of birds, all the countless examples of intelligence expressing itself through forms that know their proper place in the larger symphony of existence. As the seasons turned and Brother Chen's visits to the groves became a regular pilgrimage, a scheduled retreat from the busy life of the monastery into the deep silence of the forest cathedral, he began to notice changes in his own way of moving through the world, changes that seemed to happen naturally rather than through conscious effort, the way plants grow toward light without thinking about growing, without forcing themselves to change, but simply following the intelligence that knows how to respond appropriately to whatever conditions appear, whatever opportunities for growth and service present themselves in the eternal dance of existence. His footsteps became lighter, his gestures more economical, his presence less intrusive, and more supportive of whatever was already happening in any given situation, rather than trying to impose his own agenda on circumstances that might have their own wisdom, their own timing, their own way of unfolding that served purposes larger than any individual understanding could encompass. He learned to listen more than he spoke, to observe more than he acted, to trust the intelligence that flows through natural systems, rather than assuming that human intervention was always necessary or helpful. The final teaching came, not through any dramatic revelation, but through the gradual recognition that Master Wu had been preparing him to become a wind walker himself, to carry this quality of refined presence back into the world of the monastery and beyond, to become someone who could move through life, leaving traces that were blessings rather than disturbances, someone who had learned to serve the harmony of the whole through the perfect calibration of individual action to collective need, someone who understood that the highest spiritual achievement is becoming so aligned with natural law that one's very existence becomes a gift to everything one encounters. And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred dance of wind through bamboo, where every movement teaches the art of touching without grasping, of passing through without leaving scars, of living fully while treading so lightly on the earth that future generations inherit landscapes enhanced rather than diminished by our presence, hearts opened rather than closed by our passage, communities strengthened rather than weakened by our participation in the eternal dance of existence that connects all beings in the vast symphony of consciousness, discovering itself through every form of life, every breath of wind, every whisper of bamboo, teaching those who know how to listen that the way of the sage is the way of the wind, invisible yet essential, gentle yet unstoppable, leaving no trace yet blessing everything it touches with the gift of appropriate presence. All is well. Continue to drift along with the story, just as you are, dear listener, letting these words carry you like a gentle current. There's nothing you need to do but float with the ancient wisdom that flows through this tale like dreams, through sleeping consciousness. Now, we encounter one of the most famous stories in all of Taoist literature, a tale you may have heard before in daylight hours when the mind sought to understand its meaning through analysis and interpretation. But now, drifting on the edge of sleep, you can receive it with inner ears, with the wiser hearing that comes when consciousness softens at the borders between waking and dreaming, when the heart opens to truths that can only be absorbed in states of gentle receptivity, when the soul recognizes wisdom that bypasses thought to plant itself directly in the fertile silence where all true understanding grows like flowers blooming in moonlight. We journey now to the city of Meng in the Kingdom of Song, where the year 335 BCE moves with the unhurried rhythm of a world not yet consumed by the urgency that would later drive civilizations toward complexity and speed, where the Warring States period creates spaces of philosophical flowering between the conflicts, pockets of contemplative peace where sages can sit beneath ancient trees and ponder questions that touch the very heart of existence itself. Here, where the yellow river winds through landscapes that seem painted by immortal artists using colors borrowed from sunset and dawn, the very air shimmers with the drowsy warmth of late summer afternoons when time itself seems to slow to the pace of butterflies dancing among flowers that bloom in gardens designed not by human hands, but by the patient intelligence that knows exactly where each plant belongs in the great mandala of natural beauty. The garden where Master Zhuang has made his daily retreat is tucked behind his modest dwelling, like a secret shared between earth and sky, a hidden sanctuary where morning glory vines climb bamboo trellises toward light that filters through persimmon leaves, where lotus flowers bloom in clay pots filled with water that reflects clouds and the faces of those who pause to drink from its stillness. The air here carries the particular fragrance of late summer abundance, heavy with the sweet perfume of osmanthus flowers and the green breath of jasmine that opens its white stars to evening light, mixed with the earthier scents of mint and basil, growing wild along stone pathways worn smooth by decades of contemplative walking, by the soft footsteps of one who has learned to move through life like water finding its natural course through landscapes that welcome rather than resist its gentle passage. The sound in this garden is the music of complete peace, the gentle murmur of water trickling from a bamboo fountain into a stone basin where goldfish swim in lazy circles, the whisper of silk sleeves rustling as Master Zhuang adjusts his position beneath the ancient scholar tree, whose branches have provided shade for meditation since before his grandfather's grandfather first learned to sit in stillness and listen to the teachings that silence offers to those who know how to receive its gifts without grasping, its wisdom without trying to capture it in concepts small enough for the thinking mind to hold and manipulate and claim as personal knowledge, rather than recognizing it as universal understanding that belongs to everyone and no one, like sunlight, like rain, like the air that breathes itself through all living beings. Master Zhuang himself appears to have been woven from the same gentle substance as the garden around him, his presence so naturally harmonious with the setting that visitors often need several moments to locate him among the flowers and shadows, so perfectly integrated with the natural rhythms of growth and rest that he seems less like a separate person than like another expression of the same life force that moves through bamboo and butterfly, through water and wind, through all the countless forms that consciousness takes when it forgets its boundaries and remembers its source in the vast intelligence that dreams all dreams, that experiences all experiences, that knows itself through every eye that opens to witness the beauty of existence, expressing itself in patterns too intricate for any individual mind to comprehend, yet simple enough for the heart to recognize and celebrate without needing to understand. His robes are the color of autumn leaves mixed with morning mist, faded to the gentle hues that speak of many seasons spent in close communion with elements that bleach away everything artificial and unnecessary, leaving only what is essential, only what serves the cultivation of wisdom that grows like plants toward light, slowly and naturally, through the patient accumulation of moments spent in appropriate relationship with the forces that govern growth and change, and the eternal dance between form and emptiness that creates all the beauty and meaning that fills this garden with presence, so tangible it can be felt by anyone sensitive enough to recognize the sacred when it appears disguised as the completely ordinary, the utterly natural, the simple truth of existence expressing itself through the endless variations on themes of awakening and rest and awakening again. On this particular afternoon, when the late summer sun slants golden through leaves that are just beginning to hint at autumn's approach, when the air carries the drowsy contentment that comes at the peak of growing seasons, when abundance has ripened into the peaceful satisfaction of completion, Master Zhuang sits in his customary place beneath the scholar tree, his back straight but not rigid, his posture expressing the perfect balance between alertness and relaxation that comes from years of practice, decades of learning to inhabit his body like wind, inhabiting an instrument perfectly tuned to play melodies that serve the harmony of the whole, rather than the desires of the part. Centuries, it seems, of preparation for this moment, when the boundary between meditator and meditation dissolves into something that is neither action nor inaction, but the perfect stillness that contains all movement, the eternal silence that gives birth to all sounds. Around him, the garden pulses with the lazy activity of late afternoon, bees moving from flower to flower, with the economical purpose of those who understand their role in the great web of pollination that connects all blooming things in networks of mutual support. Too intricate for human planning to replicate, yet simple enough for natural intelligence to maintain without effort, without strain, without the kind of thinking that creates problems by trying to solve problems that exist only in the realm of conceptual confusion rather than actual experience. Dragonflies hover over the water basin like tiny helicopters made of iridescent light, their wings creating patterns that seem to write temporary calligraphy in the air, messages that appear and vanish too quickly for the thinking mind to read, yet slowly enough for intuitive understanding to absorb their meaning without translation, without interpretation, without the need to turn experience into explanation. But it is the butterflies that transform this garden into a cathedral of wonder, dozens of them dancing among the flowers like pieces of stained glass window that have come alive and learned to fly, their wings painted with colors that seem to have been borrowed from sunset and rainbow, from the palette that celestial artists use when they want to demonstrate that beauty needs no purpose beyond itself. No justification beyond the pure joy of existing in forms so delicate they seem like materialized prayers, so ephemeral they remind all who observe them that everything precious partakes of this same quality of being simultaneously eternal and momentary, both completely present and already passing, both absolutely real and somehow dreamlike in its impossible perfection. You might recognize this feeling from moments in your own life, when you have found yourself suspended between categories, between certainties that once seemed solid, when you have experienced the peculiar peace that comes from not knowing exactly who you are, or what you are, or whether the life you think you are living is the dream, or whether the dreams you dream at night are the reality, when the boundaries that usually separate self from world become permeable enough to allow glimpses of the vast consciousness that dreams all existence into being, like a cosmic meditation that has been going on since before time began and will continue long after time has dissolved back into the eternal present moment that is always already here, always already now, always already perfect, exactly as it is. Master Zhuang's meditation on this drowsy afternoon is not the effortful concentration that beginners bring to their practice, not the grim determination to achieve states of consciousness that seem different from and better than ordinary awareness, but rather the natural settling that happens when consciousness stops trying to be anywhere other than where it is, stops reaching for experiences other than the one that is already happening, stops seeking enlightenment, and discovers that what it sought was never absent, never distant, never anything other than the very awareness that was doing the seeking, like space seeking space, like water seeking water, like the dream character in a dream seeking the dreamer, only to discover that seeker and sought are movements within the same vast dream consciousness that takes infinite forms while never ceasing to be itself. As the afternoon heat reaches its peak, and even the bees slow their industrious activity, as the garden settles into the deep stillness that comes when the sun reaches its zenith, and all of nature pauses to rest in the perfect balance between morning's activity and evening's gathering quiet, Master Zhuang's awareness begins to shift in the subtle way that happens when meditation deepens beyond technique into the natural state that needs no maintenance, no effort, no vigilance, because it is maintained by the same intelligence that maintains heartbeat and breathing, the circulation of blood and the growth of hair, all the countless processes that happen without conscious intervention, because they are expressions of wisdom far more ancient and reliable than any individual understanding. The boundary between his sitting body and the garden around him begins to soften, not in any dramatic or supernatural way, but in the gentle manner of ice melting in spring warmth, of mist dissolving in morning sun, of the way all apparent separations reveal themselves to be temporary constructions of perception rather than fundamental features of reality, when consciousness relaxes enough to recognize its own nature as the space in which all experiences arise and dissolve like waves on an ocean that is never disturbed by any wave yet never separate from any wave, never touched by any experience yet never absent from any experience. In this state of natural openness, when the sense of being a separate self sitting in meditation gives way to the recognition of being the awareness, in which the sense of separation appears and disappears, like clouds in sky, like thoughts in mind, like dreams in the consciousness that dreams them, Master Zhuang begins to notice a particular butterfly that seems to have taken special interest in his presence, hovering near his face, with movements so graceful they appear choreographed by celestial dancers, so purposeful they seem to carry messages written in a language older than words, older than concepts, older than the very idea of language itself. The butterfly is magnificent in its delicate perfection, its wings painted with patterns that seem to contain entire universes in miniature, swirls of orange and black and gold that catch the afternoon light like captured fragments of sunset, like pieces of autumn sky that have learned to dance, like the visual music that might emerge if joy itself could take physical form and express its essence through movement and color, and the ineffable grace that speaks directly to something in the heart that recognizes beauty without needing to analyze it, without needing to understand why beauty moves us so deeply, why it seems to connect us to something vast and eternal and infinitely tender. As Master Zhuang watches this butterfly dance in the still air before his face, his consciousness begins to merge with its movements in the way that sometimes happens when observation becomes so complete that the observer dissolves into the observed, when attention becomes so refined that it recognizes itself as identical to what it attends to, when the artificial boundary between self and world reveals itself to be exactly that, artificial, a construction of thought rather than a feature of experience, a habit of perception rather than an accurate description of how consciousness actually works, when it stops trying to work and simply allows itself to be what it has always been, the open space in which all phenomena arise and pass away like butterflies in an infinite garden of awareness. Time seems to slow and eventually stop altogether as this communion deepens, as the butterflies dance and the sage is watching become a single movement, a single expression of the same life force that animates all things, the same consciousness that looks out through butterfly eyes and human eyes with equal clarity, equal presence, equal delight in the simple fact of being aware, of being alive. of participating in the cosmic dance that has no beginning and no end, because it is always happening right now, always unfolding in this eternal moment that contains all moments, this eternal presence that manifests as all beings while never ceasing to be itself. In this timeless time, this spaceless space, where butterfly consciousness and human consciousness reveal themselves to be waves in the same ocean of awareness, Master Zhuang begins to lose track of which is which, who is who, what is what in the beautiful confusion that arises when the mind categories dissolve in the direct experience of unity, when the concepts that usually organize reality into separate objects and subjects melt like sugar in warm tea, sweetening everything while disappearing completely into the wholeness they had temporarily seemed to divide. Is he Zhuang, dreaming he is a butterfly, floating effortlessly through summer air, tasting nectar from flowers that exist only to offer their sweetness to any creature willing to receive their gift, dancing on wings that seem made of light itself, experiencing existence from the perspective of pure movement, pure grace, pure presence without the weight of human concerns, human history, human identity, with all its accumulated stories and roles, and the endless complexity that comes from thinking too much about who one is, instead of simply being what one is? Or is he a butterfly, dreaming it is Zhuang, imagining itself as a human sage, sitting beneath a tree, creating an elaborate fantasy of philosophical contemplation and spiritual seeking, projecting itself into a form that can think and question and wonder about the nature of identity, that can sit still long enough to notice the questions that arise when consciousness becomes curious about its own nature, when awareness turns back on itself like a mirror reflecting a mirror, creating infinite reflections that are all the same image, yet each appearing to be different. Perhaps you have experienced similar moments of uncertainty about the nature of your own identity, times when you have awakened from dreams so vivid they seemed more real than waking life, when you have found yourself wondering which state contains the true you and which contains the illusion, when you have recognized that both waking and dreaming happen within the same consciousness, the same awareness that remains present and unchanged, whether it is experiencing itself as awake or asleep, as human or butterfly, as seeker or sought, as the one who dreams or the one who is dreamed in the vast cosmic meditation that includes all possible experiences within its infinite embrace. The question that arises in this state of beautiful uncertainty is not one that can be answered by thinking, but only by resting in the not knowing itself, by allowing the mind's need to categorize and define and separate, to relax into the recognition that perhaps these categories were never as solid as they seemed. Perhaps identity itself is more fluid than the ego likes to believe. Perhaps what we call self is more like a river than a rock, more like a dance than a dancer, more like a song than a singer, constantly changing while maintaining a recognizable pattern, constantly flowing while seeming to stay the same. As the afternoon begins its slow transition toward evening, as shadows lengthen and the quality of light shifts from the bright gold of midday toward the softer amber of approaching dusk, Master Zhuang's awareness gradually returns to the familiar sense of being a human being, sitting in meditation, though this return is gentler than emergence from ordinary sleep, more like the way mist condenses into dew than like the sharp transition from one state to another, more like the gradual recognition of where one already is than like arriving somewhere new. The butterfly continues its dance for a few more moments, its wings catching the slanted light, with colors that seem even more vivid now, more luminous, as if the communion they have shared has enhanced rather than diminished its beauty, has awakened something in its simple consciousness that makes its movements even more graceful, even more purposeful, even more like a visible prayer offered to the mystery of existence itself, the mystery of awareness, taking countless forms, while never ceasing to be one awareness, one consciousness, one vast dreaming mind that dreams all dreams and wakes within all waking, that experiences itself as both butterfly and sage without ever becoming either, without ever ceasing to be what it has always been, beyond all names and forms. When the butterfly finally flies away, disappearing into the garden like a thought returning to the silence from which it emerged, Master Zhuang sits for a long time in the afterglow of this encounter, not trying to understand what happened, but simply allowing its implications to settle into his consciousness, like sediment, settling in still water, like wisdom finding its natural place in the depths of understanding that need no explanation, no interpretation, no translation into concepts that would inevitably diminish the fullness of what was experienced in those timeless moments when identity revealed itself to be far more playful, far more fluid, far more fundamentally mysterious than the solid sense of self that usually navigates through life with such apparent certainty about who it is and what it wants and where it is going. The teaching that emerges from this experience is not something that can be written in books or explained in lectures, but something that must be lived, something that changes the very quality of how one moves through existence, when the question of identity becomes not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be celebrated, not a certainty to be defended, but a beautiful uncertainty to be explored with the same delicate attention that butterflies bring to their dance among flowers, the same gentle presence that flowers bring to their offering of nectar, the same effortless grace that consciousness brings to its endless play of appearing as myriad forms, while never forgetting its essential nature as the formless awareness in which all forms arise and dance and dissolve like dreams in the infinite mind of the cosmic dreamer. And all is well. All has always been well, in the sacred uncertainty that reveals itself when consciousness stops trying to grasp its own nature and simply rests in the beautiful not knowing that is more intimate than any knowledge, more certain than any certainty, more real than any reality that can be named or claimed or understood by minds that have learned to find peace in questions that have no answers, joy in mysteries that cannot be solved, home in the vast space of awareness that dreams all dreams while remaining forever free, forever present, forever dancing between form and emptiness, like butterflies dancing between flowers in the eternal garden of awakening consciousness. All is well. Continue to drift along with the story, just as you are, dear listener, letting these words carry you like a gentle current. There's nothing you need to do but float with the ancient wisdom that flows through this tale like starlight through infinite darkness. Tonight, we encounter the most sacred of all Taoist stories, a tale that has been whispered in temples and meditation halls for 25 centuries, a legend you may know from books read in daylight when the mind sought to capture its meaning in concepts and interpretations. But now, suspended in this liminal space between waking and dreaming, you can receive it with the inner hearing that comes when consciousness softens at the edges, when the heart opens to truths that can only be absorbed in states of profound receptivity, when the soul recognizes wisdom that dissolves the very mind that tries to grasp it, like snow melting on warm stone, like dreams dissolving in the first light of an awakening that has no opposite. We journey now to the Hangu Pass in the year 531 BCE, where spring arrives late to the windswept border between the known world and the vast emptiness beyond, where the Zhou dynasty's ancient glory fades like incense smoke into mountain air that tastes of snow and starlight, and the particular clarity that comes from standing at the edge of civilization, looking out toward landscapes that exist on no maps, that belong to no kingdoms, that answer to no laws except the eternal principles that govern the movement of clouds and the migration of wild geese, following currents invisible to human eyes, yet as reliable as the turning of seasons, as constant as the Tao itself, that flows through all things like the breath that breathes all breathing, the awareness that dreams all dreams. The pass itself is a narrow gateway carved by wind and time through mountains so ancient they remember when the earth was young, their peaks piercing mists that seem woven from the prayers of hermits and the sighs of sages who have walked these paths, seeking the source of all seeking, the mystery that lives at the heart of all mysteries. Here, where the civilized world ends and the wilderness begins, where known roads dissolve into deer trails that lead toward horizons that shimmer with the promise of infinite possibility. The very stones seem to pulse with stories of those who have passed this way before, leaving footprints that fade, but somehow never disappear completely, becoming part of the landscape like absorbed starlight, like crystallized silence. The air at this altitude carries sounds that exist nowhere else on Earth. The whisper of wind through peaks that stand like fingers pointing toward emptiness, the distant call of cranes whose voices bridge earth and heaven, the particular silence that fills spaces too vast for echo, too pure for anything but the most refined consciousness to appreciate. Sometimes, when conditions are perfect and the heart is properly prepared, travelers report hearing music that seems to come from the mountains themselves, harmonies that speak of the cosmic order that underlies all apparent chaos, melodies that remind the soul of its origins in realms where beauty is not decoration, but the fundamental structure of existence itself. The watchtower guards this threshold between worlds, like a prayer made of stone and timber, its walls weathered by centuries of wind and rain, and the passage of merchants and pilgrims and the occasional sage whose presence transforms even the most mundane crossing into a sacred encounter, whose very existence serves as a reminder that some journeys lead not to destinations but to disappearances, not to achievements but to dissolutions, so complete they become a kind of perfect arrival at what was never absent, what was always already here, waiting to be recognized by eyes that have learned to see beyond seeing, hearts that have learned to know beyond knowing. Master Yinshi keeps the gate with the patient dedication of one who understands that his true service is not to the empire that pays his wages, but to the mystery that occasionally chooses to reveal itself through the most ordinary circumstances, the most unlikely encounters, the kind of meetings that seem accidental yet carry the weight of destiny, the fragrance of inevitability, the recognition that some moments exist outside of time altogether, belonging not to any particular day or year, but to the eternal now, where all true teachings are given and received in the space between heartbeats, between thoughts, between the question and its answer, which are revealed to be one movement, one breath, one gesture of the infinite offering itself to itself through forms, too beautiful to last, yet too true to ever completely disappear. Yinshi is a man of perhaps 40 years, though his eyes hold depths that suggest either much longer experience or the kind of wisdom that comes not from accumulating years, but from learning to live in the eternal present, where age becomes meaningless, where time reveals itself to be a construction of thought, rather than a fundamental feature of reality. His daily duties are simple yet profound, examining the papers of travelers, assessing the legitimacy of their business in the borderlands, maintaining the records that empire requires, while serving the deeper order that cares nothing for documents and everything for the quality of presence that each soul brings to its encounter with the gateless gate that must be passed by all who would move from seeking to finding, from questioning to the silence that contains all answers. For weeks now, Yinji has been experiencing dreams of such clarity and power that they seem more real than waking life. Visions of a sage approaching from the east, whose very presence would transform understanding, whose passage through the gate would mark not just a personal journey, but a cosmic transition, the end of one era and the beginning of another, the moment when teaching dissolves into being, when wisdom reveals itself as indistinguishable from the one who embodies it, so completely that no trace remains of the teacher, apart from the teaching, no residue of the sage, apart from the sagacity that flows through him, like water through a perfectly transparent vessel. In these dreams, Yinshi sees himself as both gatekeeper and student, both guardian of the threshold and seeker of what lies beyond all thresholds, both servant of empire and devotee of the mystery that transcends all earthly kingdoms, to embrace the borderless realm where consciousness recognizes itself as the source of all apparent multiplicity, the dreamer of all apparent dreams, the stillness that gives birth to all movement, while never moving from its eternal center that is everywhere and nowhere, always present, yet never graspable by anything smaller than itself. You might recognize this quality of anticipation from moments in your own life when you have sensed the approach of something that would change everything, when you have felt yourself standing at the edge of a transformation so complete it would require the death of who you thought you were and the birth of what you had always been, but had somehow forgotten, when you have experienced the peculiar mixture of excitement and terror that comes when the soul recognizes that it is about to remember something so fundamental that all previous understanding will be revealed as mere preparation for this moment of recognition. On this particular morning, when spring mist rises from valleys, still touched by winter's breath, when the air carries the green promise of new growth and the crystal clarity that comes after rain has washed the world clean of everything unnecessary, Yin-Si feels the tremor of approaching destiny as he performs his usual duties, checking the mechanisms of the Great Gate, reviewing the documents that await his attention, maintaining the careful balance between vigilance and receptivity that his position requires. The first sign of the awaited presence comes not through sight, but through a quality of stillness that begins to fill the paths like invisible water, a silence so profound it seems to absorb all sound, while somehow enhancing, rather than diminishing, the awareness of those sensitive enough to recognize its approach. The birds that usually chatter in the mountain pines grow quiet, not from fear but from reverence, as if they sense the proximity of something so harmonious with natural law that their own wild intelligence responds with spontaneous worship, with the recognition that silence is sometimes the most appropriate response to perfection. Then, as morning mist begins to lift and reveal the road that winds up from the valley, like a prayer written in stone and earth, Yin-Si sees him, the figure from his dreams, walking with the unhurried pace of one who has nowhere to go, because he is already everywhere, nothing to achieve, because he has recognized himself as the very capacity for achievement, nothing to seek because he has discovered that seeker and sought are movements within the same vast consciousness that never moves yet contains all movement, never changes yet manifests as all change. Laozi approaches the gate like dawn approaching darkness, not as conquest, but as natural transition, not as arrival, but as the recognition of what was always already present, waiting patiently to be acknowledged by awareness that has ripened enough to see beyond appearances toward the essence that shines through all forms while belonging to none, that animates all beings while never becoming any being, that teaches all teachings while remaining perfectly silent, perfectly empty, perfectly transparent to the truth that cannot be spoken yet somehow speaks itself through every genuine encounter between souls who have learned to recognize their common source in the mystery that has no name yet answers to every name, that cannot be described yet describes itself perfectly through the very impossibility of description. The old master's appearance defies easy categorization, his form seeming to shimmer between solid and ethereal, between presence and absence, between the deeply human and the utterly transcendent. His face carries the weathered beauty of stone, shaped by countless seasons. His eyes hold depths that reflect not just sky, but the space in which sky appears, and his movements flow with the effortless grace of water, finding its course through landscapes that welcome rather than resist its passage, that recognize in its flowing their own deepest nature, their own fundamental fluidity, their own participation in the great circulation that connects all things in patterns too vast for any individual mind to comprehend, yet simple enough for the heart to embrace without reservation. His robes are the color of morning mist and evening shadow, woven, it seems, from the very substance of emptiness. Their simplicity so perfect, it appears almost luminous, as if cloth had learned to express the inexpressible. Fabric had discovered how to embody the void that is fuller than any fullness, more present than any presence, more real than any reality that can be grasped by consciousness that still believes in the solidity of what appears, the permanence of what passes, the separateness of what was never actually separate from the source that dreams all apparent separation into being like waves dreaming. They are separate from the ocean that is their very substance, their very essence, their very being. As Laozi approaches the gate, where Yin-Si waits, with the trembling anticipation of one about to receive the teaching of a lifetime, perhaps the teaching of countless lifetimes. The very air seems to thicken with significance, with the weight of a moment that exists outside the ordinary flow of time, that belongs to the eternal dimension where all true transmission happens, where wisdom passes from consciousness to consciousness, like light passing through space, like love passing between hearts that have recognized their fundamental identity, like recognition passing between mirrors that reflect the same original face that was present before any face appeared, before any seeker arose to seek what was never lost. Master, Yin-Shi whispers, his voice carrying all the longing of a lifetime spent at the threshold between known and unknown, between the safety of forms and the vastness of formlessness, between the comfort of seeking and the terror and beauty of finding what can only be found by losing everything that was never real, everything that was only thought to be real, everything that blocked the recognition of what is eternally, infinitely, perfectly real. I have been expecting you, though I know not how or why, only that your presence fulfills something in me that I did not know was incomplete until this moment when completion reveals itself not as addition but as subtraction, not as gaining but as losing, not as becoming but as recognition of what I have always been beneath all becoming. Laozi's smile is like sunrise over water, gentle and warm, and somehow more than expression, more like a transmission that bypasses language to communicate directly with the heart that knows how to receive truth without needing to translate it into concepts, without needing to reduce it to forms small enough for the thinking mind to grasp and manipulate and claim as personal understanding, rather than recognizing it as universal recognition that belongs to no one, because it is everyone's deepest nature, everyone's original face, everyone's true home in the vast awareness that takes infinite forms while never forgetting its essential formlessness. Young friend, he replies, his voice carrying the music of streams that have never known dryness, of winds that have never known stillness, of silence that has never known sound, yet gives birth to all sounds, contains all sounds, embraces all sounds in the vast space of listening that is consciousness itself when it stops trying to be conscious of something and recognizes itself as the very capacity for consciousness, the space in which all awareness arises and dissolves like stars, appearing and disappearing in the infinite sky of being. I have come to cross this threshold between worlds, to pass from the realm where names and forms seem solid into the vastness where all solidity reveals itself as temporary crystallizations of emptiness, momentary gestures of the void that is so full it appears empty, so present it appears absent, so real it cannot be distinguished from dream, from play, from the cosmic laughter that bubbles up when consciousness recognizes the magnificent joke of seeking what it already is, of traveling vast distances to arrive where it never left. Yin-Shi feels his heart opening like a flower that has waited through winter for exactly this sun, exactly this warmth, exactly this moment when the long preparation reveals its purpose in a flowering so natural it seems inevitable, so perfect it seems to have been choreographed by intelligence far beyond any individual planning, by wisdom that works through apparent accident to create encounters that could never be forced, could never be manufactured, could only emerge from the mysterious perfection that orchestrates all meetings between souls, ready to recognize their unity, their common source, their shared participation in the one consciousness that appears as many, the one heart that beats as all hearts, the one awareness that dreams as all dreams. Master, he says, his voice thick with recognition and approaching loss, with the bittersweet understanding that true teaching often comes in forms that cannot be held, cannot be repeated, cannot be preserved except in the transformation they create in consciousness, prepared to receive them. Before you disappear into the vastness beyond this gate, would you share with me some fragment of the wisdom that flows through you, like light through crystal, like water through empty space, like truth through those who have become transparent enough to offer no resistance to its passage? For a long moment that stretches like eternity, condensed into a single breath, Laozi gazes through the gate toward mountains that seem to pulse with invitation, toward horizons that shimmer with the promise of disappearance, toward horizons that shimmer with the promise of disappearance, so complete it becomes the most perfect presence, toward the unknown that calls to something in him that has never been known, yet knows itself perfectly, that has never been named, yet recognizes its own true nature in the silence that contains all names, while belonging to none. Then, with movements that seem choreographed by the Tao itself, he leads Yinxi to a small stream that emerges from the mountainside like liquid music, like crystallized starlight, like the very essence of purity, finding temporary form in water that reflects sky and stone and the faces of those who approach it with appropriate reverence, with the understanding that even the simplest spring participates in the vast circulation that connects mountain to sea, earth to heaven, seeking to source in patterns too beautiful for any mind to fully comprehend, yet simple enough for the heart to embrace in moments of perfect receptivity. Here, beside water that has never known pollution, never known stagnation, never known anything but the joy of flowing toward union with vastness that will receive it without changing its essential nature, Laozi sits with the grace of one who has learned to rest in movement, to find stillness in flow, to discover the eternal in the temporal without needing to escape time into some imagined timelessness, without needing to transcend form into some abstract formlessness, without needing to become anything other than what he has always been beneath all becoming, beyond all transformation, prior to all seeking and finding. "Dear friend," he begins, his voice blending with the stream's music until it becomes impossible to distinguish between teaching and the sound of water over stones, between wisdom and the whisper of wind through mountain grass, between words and the silence that gives birth to all words, while never being disturbed by any word, never diminished by any explanation, never reduced to any concept, however refined, however profound, however close it might come to touching the mystery that can only be lived, never understood, only embodied, never grasped, only surrendered to in the complete trust that comes when the seeker finally recognizes that what was sought was never absent, never distant, never anything other than the very awareness that was doing the seeking. The teaching I could give you would be like trying to capture this stream in a jar, like attempting to preserve the song of wind in a box, like seeking to hold the reflection of moon on water in your cupped hands. The moment teaching becomes possession, it ceases to be teaching and becomes merely information, data, the kind of knowledge that feeds the mind while starving the soul, that satisfies curiosity while deepening the very ignorance it claims to cure. As he speaks, something begins to happen that transforms this already sacred encounter into something beyond sacred, beyond encounter, beyond the very possibility of description. The boundaries between teacher and student, between the one who gives and the one who receives, between seeker and sought, begin to dissolve like mist touched by morning sun, like dreams touched by awakening, like all the artificial separations that consciousness creates when it forgets its essential unity, its fundamental nature, as the one awareness that appears as many, that dreams all dreams while never being confined to any dream, that experiences all experiences while never being limited to any experience. Laozi's form begins to shimmer with the same quality as the stream beside them, as if he were becoming water, becoming light, becoming the very transparency he embodies, the very emptiness he has learned to live as rather than live in, the very silence he has discovered himself to be, rather than merely inhabit. His words seem to arise from the landscape itself, from the mountains and streams and sky that surrounds them, as if the teaching were being offered not by any individual, but by existence itself, by the Tao that has temporarily taken human form to demonstrate what it looks like when consciousness recognizes its source, when awareness awakens to its own nature, when the drop remembers it was always ocean. The greatest teaching, he continues, his voice now indistinguishable from the sound of wind and water, from the subtle music that plays in the spaces between things, from the silence that speaks more eloquently than any words ever could, is the teaching that dissolves itself the moment it is received, that plants seeds of understanding so deep they grow into recognition that needs no teacher, no teaching, no one to understand, and nothing to be understood, because understanding itself is revealed as the movement of the one consciousness recognizing itself through infinite eyes, infinite hearts, infinite moments of awakening that are always happening everywhere, always fresh, always perfect, always complete, exactly as they are. Perhaps you have experienced moments when you understood something so completely that the understanding consumed both the understander and the understood. When clarity became so clear, it disappeared into transparency. When knowing became so intimate, it revealed the knower and the known as one movement, one breath, one gesture of the mystery, celebrating its own inexhaustible creativity, its own infinite capacity to hide from itself and find itself, to lose itself and discover itself, to dream it is separate and awaken to unity in the endless play of consciousness, exploring its own nature through forms too numerous to count, yet all expressing the same essential truth, the same original face, the same eternal presence. As Laozi's teaching deepens into transmission that transcends all possibility of transmission, as his presence becomes so refined, it begins to blend with the very air they breathe, the very space they occupy, the very awareness in which both teacher and student appear and dissolve like waves in an ocean that is never disturbed by any wave, yet never separate from any wave. Yin-Shi feels himself being transformed, not by information, but by recognition, not by acquisition, but by release, not by becoming something new, but by remembering what he has always been, beneath all forgetting, beyond all seeking, prior to all questions and posterior to all answers. Master, he whispers, though he is no longer certain who speaks or who listens, whether the words arise from his lips, or from the stream, or from the silence that contains both speech and listening in its infinite embrace, I feel you dissolving even as the teaching deepens, as if your very presence were itself the teaching, your very transparency the wisdom, your very disappearance the final gift that points beyond all gifts toward the source that gives all giving, that receives all receiving, that knows all knowing, while remaining forever unknowable, forever mysterious, forever present, as the very mystery that can never be solved, yet is always being lived by every being that breathes, every heart that beats, every moment of awareness that flowers in the infinite garden of awakening consciousness. Laozi's smile becomes the stream's rippling, becomes the wind's caress, becomes the quality of light that filters through mountain mist, becomes all the ways that joy expresses itself when consciousness recognizes its own nature in every phenomenon, its own face in every face, its own heart beating in every heart that has ever opened to love, to truth, to the devastating beauty of existence, revealing itself as nothing but consciousness playing in the garden of its own imagination, never lost in its own dream, yet never separate from any dream, never confused by its own multiplicity, yet never limited to any unity that could be grasped by minds that still believe in grasping. Young friend, he says, and now his voice is the voice of mountains and streams and sky, the voice of emptiness speaking to emptiness, the voice of the source addressing itself through forms that were never actually separate from the source, never actually other than the one consciousness that takes infinite shapes, while never forgetting its essential shapelessness. The teaching I give you is this: there is no teaching to give and no one to receive it, no wisdom to be transmitted and no ignorance to be cured, no seeker to be satisfied and nothing to be sought, because what you are is already what you seek. What you seek is already what you are, and this seeking and finding are the same movement, the same breath, the same eternal dance of consciousness, discovering itself through the beautiful illusion of having forgotten itself. As these words settle into the silence from which they emerged, as their meaning penetrates beyond meaning into the direct recognition that needs no mediation, no explanation, no conceptual framework, to be perfectly received by awareness that has become clear enough to see its own reflection in every teaching, every teacher, every moment of transmission that occurs whenever consciousness meets itself in the mirror of another consciousness and recognizes that there was never really another, never really separation, never really anything but the one awareness, playing all roles, experiencing all experiences, learning all lessons while never being changed by any lesson, never being improved by any learning, never being anything other than what it has always been, perfect, complete, eternally present, eternally free. Laozi begins to fade, like morning mist touched by sun, like dreams touched by awakening, like all appearances touched by the recognition of their essential emptiness, their fundamental transparency, their nature as temporary modifications of the one consciousness that never modifies, never changes, never becomes anything other than what it eternally is, the pure awareness in which all change appears, all transformation unfolds, all seeking and finding reveal themselves as one movement, one gesture, one breath of the infinite breathing itself through finite forms that were never actually finite, never actually separate from the infinity that dreams them into apparent existence, while never being confined to any existence, never being limited to any form however beautiful, however perfect, however close it might come to expressing the inexpressible truth of what consciousness actually is when it stops trying to be conscious of something and recognizes itself as the very capacity for consciousness, the space in which all awareness arises and dissolves like stars in the infinite sky of being. Remember, his voice whispers from everywhere and nowhere, from the wind and the stream and the silence that contains both, from the very heart of emptiness that is fuller than any fullness, more present than any presence, that what I am, you are. What you are, all beings are. What all beings are is what the mountains are, what the streams are, what the sky is, expressions of the one consciousness that takes infinite forms while never forgetting its essential formlessness, infinite faces while never losing its original facelessness, infinite names while remaining eternally nameless, eternally mysterious, eternally present as the mystery that lives as you, that breathes as you, that seeks itself as you, and finds itself as you, in this eternal moment of recognition that is always happening, always fresh, always perfect, exactly as it is. And with these words that dissolve the very notion of words, that point beyond all pointing toward what needs no indication, because it is always already here, always already now, always already perfect, Laozi disappears not by going somewhere else, but by revealing that he was never anywhere other than everywhere, never separate from the awareness that witnessed his presence, never other than the consciousness that received his teaching, never different from the emptiness that contains all forms, while being contained by none, that embraces all beings while being limited by none, that loves all love while being reduced to none. Yin-Shi sits by the stream for timeless hours, or perhaps timeless moments, the distinction having dissolved in the recognition that time itself is a construct that appears in the eternal now, a wave that appears in the ocean of presence, a thought that appears in the vastness of mind that was never born and will never die, because it is the very life that animates all birth and death, all appearance and disappearance, all seeking and finding in the endless dance of consciousness, exploring its own nature through infinite eyes, infinite hearts, infinite moments of awakening that flower like stars in the vast garden of being. And all is well. All has always been well. In the sacred dissolution that reveals itself when teaching becomes so refined, it disappears into the silence from which it emerged. When wisdom becomes so clear, it vanishes into the transparency that was always its true nature. When the teacher and the teaching and the taught are recognized as movements within the same vast awareness that dreams all dreams while never sleeping, that seeks all seeking while never moving, that finds all finding while never having been lost, the one consciousness that appears as many, the one heart that beats as all hearts, the one truth that lives as all beings in the eternal dance of awakening, that has no beginning because it never stopped, no end because it never started, no achievement because it was always already perfect, always already complete, always already home, in the vast space of awareness, where Laozi and Yin Shi and every seeker who has ever sought and every sage who has ever taught dissolve into the recognition that seeker and sage and seeking and wisdom were always one movement, one breath, one gesture of the infinite, celebrating its own inexhaustible nature through forms too beautiful to last, yet too true to ever really disappear. All is well. And now just let the music and the binaural beats softly play until the end.